Yes.
And you're inviting people or suggesting to people who played on iOS devices that they could move over to any one of these other platforms to continue to play Fortnite and to pay for in-app purchases, correct?
With respect to the first part, yes. Just making a reference to in-app purchases.
Well, so certainly players could make in-app purchases on each of those platforms, correct?
Yes.
And if you turn please to page 6, and you state, do you only play Fortnite on mobile and are worried about not being able to play Chapter 2, Season 4? Here's a couple things you can do. And then you provide step-by-step instructions on how people can play on other devices than their iOS device, correct? And you state in paragraph 2 that iOS players should check this list of alternative Fortnite-compatible devices. You may already have access to another way to play Fortnite. If so, simply install the game and log in with your Epic account to get up and running, correct?
Yes.
And you were telling them that because you knew that that was relevant to a lot of Epic game players, correct?
I think we're just helping our customers find a way to continue playing.
And Mr. Sweeney, in December 2020, Epic began to sell V-Bucks on its own website, true?
I don't remember the date, but no, we do know.
And that's been going on for the last several months, whether December 2020 or some other starting date, correct?
Yes.
That was not going on as of August 13th, 2020, true?
That's right.
iOS players never had the option of purchasing V-Bucks directly from the Epic website, correct?
Yeah, that's right.
So currently, though, anyone with access to a web browser can buy V-Bucks from the Epic website, right?
Yes.
And we talked about friction of transactions and things, but if you go in and you buy V-Bucks on the Epic website and put them in your V-Buck account, you then have cash on hand, if you will, when you go in and play your next game, correct?
Yes, with the exception of PlayStation and Nintendo Switch.
Because they still won't let V-Bucks purchased even from your website onto their platforms, correct?
Correct.
Now today, an iPhone user can use the Safari browser on their iPhone to go in and buy V-Bucks, correct?
Yes.
And those V-Bucks will be waiting for them when those players go onto their Xbox to play Fortnite, correct?
Yes.
And Apple doesn't earn any commission on those transactions, right?
Correct.
Because they take place outside of the App Store, correct?
Yes.
So if Fortnite were still on the iPhone, those players would have the option of making those very same transactions to purchase those very same V-Bucks to recharge their very same Fortnite account, but then play it on their phone, correct?
Yes, they'd have that capability.
Before you leave this topic, Mr. Dorn, why wasn't that an option before August of last year?
No, it wasn't a very attractive option to our customers to...
Did you have the technological ability to do it, or you hadn't programmed that yet?
Yes, we simply hadn't programmed it.
But it was an option for you, you just chose not to do it?
Yes.
All right, go ahead.
Thank you, Ron. And when Epic sells V-Bucks from its own website, it does not pay a commission to anyone, does it?
That's right.
And nonetheless, Epic sells V-Bucks on its website for the same price that it charges across all other platforms on which Fortnite is currently played and on which people can currently buy V-Bucks, correct?
Yes.
All right, two documents, DX 3774 and 3724.
I move them both into evidence, Your Honor.
Any no objection, Ms. Ford?
Well, let me just, I'm sorry, Your Honor.
74.
74. We have, there's one word that I want to talk to Mr. Doran about, just literally one word that before it goes up in the box, I'd like to ask if he and I could agree that it gets blacked out. We have no objection to the document otherwise being received into evidence.
Yeah, I'd actually handle this the same way as the other document. Admit it now, we'll confer, and the court can decide.
That's fine. 3774 is admitted with that reservation. 3724?
No objection, Your Honor.
That's admitted.
And the same issue with the 3774, that it won't go up into the box until we've conferred. Thank you.
Okay. And again, I need to know by lunch.
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Sweeney, you use an iPhone, correct?
Yes.
People have given you, particularly I would think a person in your position, people have given you Android devices, correct?
Yes.
And you've given those away, right?
Uh-huh.
You prefer the iPhone.
Yes.
You love the aesthetics of the hardware, true?
Yes.
You like the operating system, correct?
Many aspects of the operating system.
And you believe that the iPhone is a premium product, correct?
Yes.
And you understand that user privacy and security are fundamental competitive differentiators for Apple, correct?
Yes.
And you personally prefer to use iPhone because Apple's approach to maintaining your privacy, Mr. Sweeney, is superior to Google's, correct?
And that's among the reasons.
And among the reasons that you use an iPhone is because Apple's approach to customer data security is superior to Google's as well, correct?
Yes.
When I say Google, you understand I'm referring generally to the Android devices, correct?
Yes.
And you value those qualities, the safeguarding of your privacy and your data, true?
Yes.
And if Apple were to compromise those fundamental differentiators, it would lose a significant competitive advantage over Android devices, wouldn't it?
I would need to know about the specific changes it would make to judge whether they would make the platform more or less competitive.
Thank you. I'll pass the witness.
Okay. Correct. We'll go, Ms. Forrest, for another 8 minutes before our break.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Mr. Sweeney.
Good morning.
Mr. Sweeney, you had mentioned yesterday that you founded Epic in 1991, or the predecessor company to Epic?
Yes.
Okay. And what is the name of the entity that Epic became today?
It's now Epic Games Incorporated.
Okay. And what is the entity that is sued Apple today?
Epic Games Incorporated.
Does Epic Games Incorporated have any relationship to the Unreal Engine?
Yes.
What is that relationship?
We're the games developed in Unreal Engine.
And does the entity that sued Apple have any financial interest in the entity that owns the Unreal Engine?
Yes, it's all 100% owned.
And is the Unreal Engine distributed on iOS?
Facets of the Unreal Engine are distributed on iOS.
And for how long have facets of the Unreal Engine been distributed on iOS?
I believe for at least 2 years.
And are facets of the Unreal Engine currently distributed on iOS?
Yes.
is there competitive gameplay in the facets of the Unreal Engine that are currently distributed on iOS?
Yes.
Let's talk about House Party. Does the entity that sued Apple here today own a company that owns House Party?
Yes.
And does the entity that sued Epic in this lawsuit have a financial interest in the subsidiary that owns House Party?
You mean sued Apple?
I'm sorry, that's wrong, Your Honor. Thank you. Does the entity that sued Apple have an interest in the subsidiary of Epic that owns House Party?
Yes.
Is House Party distributed on iOS?
Yes.
Does House Party involve in competitive gameplay?
House Party includes some casual social games as part of the experience, but primarily a video chat app.
And how long has House Party been distributed on iOS?
My understanding is for years.
All right. Mr. Doran asked you some questions about a 60-40 revenue split yesterday. Do you recall those questions?
Yes.
And there were questions about a publisher split of 60-40. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Can you describe to the court the difference between what a publisher revenue split means versus a distributor revenue split?
Certainly, publisher is a full-service entity that provides often development funding, funds the marketing of a game, manages the marketing of the game, and covers all of the costs of manufacturing and distribution. Whereas a distributor is generally a company that only facilitates distribution, meaning getting the physical product or digital product from the seller to the buyer.
And how does the cost structure of being a publisher relate, if at all, to the commission structure that a publisher, that Epic as a publisher has previously entered into?
Publishers generally bear the majority of the cost of all creation and distribution of a piece of software. So a publisher will have a significantly higher cost structure than a distributor. And the publisher royalty rate pays the developers, and the distributor commissions generally reflect that.
And specifically with respect to the companies that Epic has published games with reference to and that Mr. Doran talked about yesterday with the 60-40 split, what services did Epic provide?
Epic, in many cases, provided funding for the development of the product. Epic created the marketing materials. Epic often ran advertisements. Epic covered and actually manufactured floppy disks and packages to send to customers. And Epic worked with distributors, third-party companies that helped to facilitate distribution of the software to users.
And are those services that Epic provided as publisher the same or different from the services that Epic provides in the Epic Game Store as distributor?
No, the services of Epic Game Store as a digital distributor are entirely different than the services Epic provides and has provided to developers as a publisher.
Yesterday you were asked about the Epic's interest, strike that. Mr. Doran asked you some questions about the rate of commissions that the console makers charge Epic. Do you recall those questions?
Yes.
Okay. And do you know what rate Microsoft charges any other company that distributes, for which it distributes games?
No, Epic is generally not privy to terms of Microsoft deals with companies other than Epic and our subsidiaries.
Do you know whether or not Microsoft charges any companies less than 30%?
No.
Do you know what rate of commission Nintendo charges any company other than Epic for the distribution of its apps?
No, Epic isn't privy to third-party Nintendo deals.
Do you know whether or not Nintendo charges any company less than 30%?
I don't know.
Do you know the terms of any commissions that Sony charges any other company other than Epic?
No, except for Epic subsidiaries.
Do you, putting aside any Epic entity, do you know the terms of any Sony commission structure with regard to third-party companies?
No.
Do you know whether or not Sony charges any company other than Epic or its subsidiaries less than 30%?
I don't know.
You discussed earlier that Apple does not negotiate the terms of its agreements. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Do the console makers negotiate terms of their agreements with Epic?
Yes.
Can you describe, let's just take Microsoft as an example, describe generally the process by which some of that back and forth may occur?
There will be significant negotiations around a wide range of topics ranging from Microsoft marketing support of our product to technical issues and policy waivers.
And do those terms and conditions as a whole impact in any way the various terms of the commission structure?
Foundation.
You can answer with respect to Epic.
With regard to Epic.
Yes, some of the terms Epic is negotiated at different times. I'm sorry. Could you repeat the question?
Yes. Do the negotiations that Epic has with the console makers as a whole impact the commission structure that Epic enters into with those console makers?
No, Epic has not negotiated commission structures, has never negotiated different commission structure with the console makers, to my knowledge.
Let me sort of ask the question differently. Does Epic negotiate a variety of terms and conditions with the console makers?
Yes.
And does Epic look at its agreements holistically with the console makers?
Yes.
Does Epic's holistic review of those agreements impact all of its decisions on the terms and conditions that will be acceptable to it?
Yes.
Is that true with regard to Microsoft?
Yes.
Is that true with regard to Nintendo?
Yes.
Is that true with regard to Sony?
Yes.
That sounds like a good breaking point.
All right, thank you.
Stand in recess for 20 minutes. Here at 10:35.
Yo, guys. I'm in class right now. They went to break for 20 minutes. Yeah, if you want mod, I give mod to donators and members. Oh, nice. I play more on PlayStation. We love you. Hey, thank you. No problem, Bob X talks. Oh, my teacher's talking. No. They are in break right now for 10 minutes. We will be back. There. Alright, what's up, Fetos? Damn, you in class? Yeah. What time is it in my country? 1:19. They're coming back in 15 minutes, guys. We got fast charger low. Yeah, it's charging right now. I'm gonna be streaming this until like 6. So if you guys wanna watch the whole thing with me. I mean, I'm not gonna be like watching it. It's gonna be like, it's not gonna be me talking. I'm only gonna talk during the breaks. I mean, not even at the breaks, because I have to go somewhere at like 4. Actually at 3:30. So yeah. I'm doing my school assignment right now. What's up, Carl Plays? It's 10:19 for you. You have to add the smiley face. For what? Can I get a hi? What's up, Bob FN01? I'm sorry, that's my teacher's mic. We wanna watch it with you. Yeah, I'm not gonna talk. I'm only gonna talk during the break, so. But you guys are still gonna hear. 10K subs at the end of the 2020. Let's get it? Question mark? I mean, we're halfway there. We got this. I feel like everyone has no hate when you watch Reheat Vibes stream. Yeah. What's up, Super Parody Logan? Alright, let me get back to my assignment. Here, you guys want me to have like a face cam, just for the break? I will tell my friends to subscribe too. Hey, thank you. You guys want like a face cam while I work? Do my school assignments? Yes, please. I be like an actual face cam. It's just gonna be. There. It's not an actual face cam, but I just gotta do my assignment. What do you mean I look younger? Hey, thank you to your brother who subscribed. What do you mean by the $sign, bro?
let me change the attendance. Oh, sorry, she's here. Isaiah is here.
Yes, I'm here.
Uh, uh,
Review irregular job forms. Ver and oír.
oh, you're online, not real school, yeah. Let's get 50 likes. Yeah, guys. Say if you've been here since 40 subs. Your poop is stuck in the blender, what the hell? What's up, Skype? Bro, why does this stream have one dislike? I don't know. Probably Apple. Actually, 2 dislikes. Probably Epic Games then. Epic Games and Apple. What's up, Art Tonight Gaming? Thank you so much for the donations, bro. I came straight from school. Like sprinting. Just to stream this. What's up, Cloud iOS? I gotta go see ya. Alright, bro. Thanks for coming in stream. It's 10:27 for you? It's 1:27 for me. Yo, thank you so much for becoming a member. Superb. Thank you so much, bro. Pin my comment. Which one? Don't talk about the... Okay. Okay, I won't. I thought you meant on Discord. You guys, 5 more minutes until they are back. Yeah, thank you. Congrats for reaching 4.1k subscribers. Thank you, bro. You got terminated? What's your channel? What was your channel?
Here. Zena's here.
My teacher.
Nam. And Gabriela.
Yes, I got an assignment right. Oh my god.
Oh, did you
Almost at 5K, yeah. Cloudy the Gamer? Are you sure you're a mod? Don't worry, we'll get you to 5K subscribers. Hey, thank you. Guys, 5 more minutes until they start up again. I'm gonna just grind this, guys. I'm gonna chill out for 4 more minutes and then they're gonna start back up. Guys, let's try to get 50 likes on this. Ricky, by the way, from where do you get these Fortnite news? From Twitter. A news video is coming out today, guys. It was supposed to come out at 1, but then it's like doing bad. Like 12 minutes and 22 views, so I took it down. It's coming back at like 6. Or I don't know. Three more minutes. Oh my god, I'm so hungry. Bro, what did I stream into though? Right when I streamed, so many people like became members. Someone donated. I'm just doing my assignment right now. Yeah, it's not coming today, guys. Oh my god, my throat. Really, you're lucky, yeah. Wait, lucky for what? One more minute. I think they're back now. Shout out to Fast Blast, guys. For the for the audio. They're back, I think. Peace. was too fast blast, guys.
I got 70 points.
For the
Good.
for the audio. They're back at the piece. Was too fast blast.
I got 70 points.
Okay, we are back on record. Record will reflect that Mr. Sweeney is on the stand. Resume your redirect.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Sweeney, you were asked some questions yesterday about side-loading apps onto consoles. Do you recall those questions?
Yes.
All right. Are you familiar with the phrase general-purpose device?
Yes.
Is a console a general-purpose device?
No.
How would you describe a console as distinct, if it is, from a general-purpose device?
Console is a fixed function device that's used primarily in conjunction with a television for gaming and other television-based entertainment experiences.
And does the fact that a console is a general-purpose device have any implications insofar as you think about side-loading onto a console?
Yes.
Could you please describe that for the court?
Generally, with a fixed function device, the user doesn't expect the ability to type in a keyboard or program it or install software from other sources, whether it's a console or a thermostat or some other single-purpose device.
All right. If a banking app were loaded onto a console, could the console then be utilized in somebody's doctor's office if they went for a doctor's appointment with that banking app?
I don't understand our question.
Strike that question. It was poorly formed, Your Honor. I apologize. Are you familiar with apps that relate to banking functionality?
Yes.
Is a console what you would consider to be a portable device?
No.
If there was a banking app on a console, and would you be able to utilize it in your doctor's office to access the banking functionality?
No.
I still don't understand. You mean as opposed to going to the website where on...
Well, the distinction...
This is right. We can access our bank accounts on our computers. We can access them on our mobile devices. So that's the point.
The point, Your Honor, is that the console is not a substitutable device in the doctor's office for utilizing functionality from many types of apps. Our contention in this case is that all apps are at issue, including the distribution of all apps is at issue, not just a game app, and therefore that the distinction is relevant.
Okay, you can answer the question. I mean, I can still access my bank account on both devices, so I really don't understand the point, but answer the question.
Mr. Sweeney?
Well, you can't bring a console with you in a mobile situation, and the console doesn't include a keyboard as a standard feature, and so it would be either very hard or impossible to use it as a general computer.
You've got a couple of consoles that were introduced into evidence yesterday, and they are, I think, right near you and on the stand. Do you see them?
Yes.
And do you recall what their names are?
Yes, it's a PlayStation 5, an Xbox Series X, and a Nintendo Switch.
All right. If the PlayStation, do you have a PlayStation in your own home?
Not currently.
Do you have a PlayStation at your office?
Yes.
And is the PlayStation, does it need to be plugged into any kind of power source?
Yes.
Are there any kind of controllers that are utilized with the PlayStation?
Yes, the game controller is a joystick.
If you, have you ever had occasion to use the PlayStation in your office?
Yes.
And have you had occasion to use it with a joystick in your office?
Yes.
If you walked out of your office with the joystick, would you be able to play the PlayStation in an office on another floor?
No.
Same thing with regard to an Xbox. Do you have an Xbox at the Epic offices?
Yes.
Have you ever had occasion to utilize the Xbox at the Epic offices?
Yes.
Are there any controller devices associated with the Xbox?
Yes, there's a game controller.
Is there a power source associated with the Xbox?
Yes, the Xbox must be plugged into the wall to function.
If you had the Xbox plugged into the wall in one place within the Epic offices and then went 2 floors down in the Epic offices, would you be able to use the controller to manipulate that Xbox?
No.
Why not?
You couldn't see the screen, and even when there's a wireless controller, it doesn't have that range.
I'd like to hand you, for demonstrative purposes, an iPhone. Or a device. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Can you identify the device and describe it generally for the court, please?
Yes, this is an iPhone. It's 5 or 6 inches in size. It has a touch screen, a camera, and is connected to a cellular network.
All right, and I'm going to now hand you one of the devices that we talked about yesterday, the Switch. And I've handed you 2 things that were associated with the Switch that you identified yesterday. Can you describe each to the court in turn? First, the one that has the colored pieces on either end. What is that?
This is the Switch with the portable controller plugged into it. And the other item is a game controller that can be used when the Switch is plugged into a television.
All right. Is there a way in which the colored portions of the Switch hook into the game controller?
Yes, they detach and plug into the game controller.
Could you detach them and plug them in now?
You can see I'm not a Switch player.
Well, now the whole world knows.
Now the whole world knows.
All right, never mind.
I'm fine. I presume I said.
All right. Let me ask, I think I can ask the question just with the 2 pieces separately. In a situation in which you are, for instance, sitting on, do you ever have occasion to sit on a subway train or any kind of commuter transportation?
Yes.
All right. And if you were, in instances when you're sitting on a piece of commuter transportation, such as a train, have you ever had occasion to play a game on a mobile device?
Yes.
Have you had the ability to manipulate the mobile device with a touch screen?
Yes.
And how many devices does it require you to hold at one time?
Just one.
If you are on a train and you are manipulating the Switch device, how many devices would you or could you end up having to control?
Well, on the train, you could use the Switch with the portable controller attached to it to a single device if you had a Wi-Fi connection, which your Switch requires.
And is there an instance in which if one wanted to use the game controller, one would have to have more than one device?
Yes, if you wanted to play with the full game controller, you would need to set the Switch down on a surface and then hold the game controller.
So if you were going to use the game controller with the Switch, you'd have to be holding 2 devices. Is that correct?
Yes.
Thank you.
I thought the Switch was all one unit that you could, right, so you don't.
Yes, you can use the Switch just in this mode by itself as a single device.
Right.
Yeah.
And can you show the court the second device that is used as a game controller?
Well, I understand, but that's just additional functionality. I thought that was part of the point of the Switch, is that it was pretty portable.
Yes, Your Honor.
Chrissy?
Are there any things that can be done using a controller that cannot be done with the buttons?
Not my knowledge.
Does the controller provide any additional ability to manipulate any of the gameplay within the Switch?
I'm not sure.
Okay. Now, you were asked some questions yesterday about your speech at the DICE Summit in 2012. Do you recall that?
It may feel like yesterday, but that was this morning.
Oh, sorry.
Yes.
Okay. You were asked some questions about the DICE Summit that you spoke at in 2012 this morning. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Today, at the time you sued Epic, it was August of 2012. Sorry. My goodness.
Let's slow down.
At the time, Mr. Sweeney, that Epic sued Apple, that was 2020, is that correct?
Yes, August 13th, 2020.
Are there any differences that you are aware of in the industry that occurred between 2012 and the time that you sued Apple in 2020?
Yes.
Could you describe those for the court?
We've seen enormous growth in the entire industry. Mobile game development teams have grown from one or several individuals to, in many cases, hundreds of developers. And competition between different app makers has led to very sophisticated app economics and costs of creating apps, such that the economics that were in place in 2012 were very, very different in the economics that are in place now.
Would you today, if you were to give to give a speech at DICE, would you give the same speech with the same words?
No.
Have you heard of the phrase open platform?
Yes.
And is there any difference between what cross-platform play is and an open platform?
Yes. An open platform is a platform where one is free to install software from any source of their choosing. And generally, the user has control over the device. A closed platform is one where the user does not have that freedom. And even on a closed platform, it is still possible to have cross-platform play between different devices and different platforms, with players from each different walled garden connecting together. Connecting together into a shared experience.
Cross-platform play, strike that. Does the ability to engage in cross-platform play mean that a platform is an open platform?
No.
Does the ability to engage in cross-platform play mean that a platform has an open distribution model?
No.
There have been some questions about Google Stadia. Do you recall those questions?
Yes.
Do you know whether or not Google Stadia is in existence today?
I'm not sure you want to know. I don't know what the answer to that question is, but if he has insider information about things in development, I don't know how he's supposed to answer that question. So can you phrase it?
I believe, Your Honor, it's been publicly, there's a public announcement. I don't want to say anything else. I don't believe that I'm seeking any confidential information.
Okay, go ahead.
Mr. Sweeney, are you aware one way or the other as to whether or not Google Stadia has been shut down?
My understanding is that after a public launch, Google Stadia has been very significantly scaled back.
All right. And You were shown exhibit DX3199. Can we bring that up on the stand, on the machine? Do you recall questions on this document?
Yes.
When you were, was this document reflecting an interview of you?
Yes.
All right. What platforms were you referring to, if any, at the bottom of the page where you said it proves that developers have the real power in the industry and that where developers go, customers will go with them?
Yes.
What platforms were you referring to?
I was referring to competition among PC stores. That gamers would switch PC stores to go wherever developers went with their game.
Was the topic of this interview involving iOS?
The topic of this question was not. I do not see anything in this interview pertaining to any mobile platform.
When the statement is made, it proves that developers have the real power in the industry. Do you believe that that statement is correct with regard to iOS?
No.
Why not?
Apple has complete control over what games and other apps can be distributed on iOS, and we use that to make arbitrary policies and decisions, such that Apple has all of the power and control on iOS.
In your experience, can developers move away from iOS and bring their customers with them?
No.
There were some questions about Epic Games business. When did Epic Games Store first have plans to include non-games?
This is something we have been discussing since prior to the public launch of the Epic Games Store in 2018.
And you described yesterday that there was non-game functionality on Fortnite. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Was there non-game functionality on Fortnite prior to August 2020 when this lawsuit was launched?
Yes.
When did the Party Royale first have non-game functionality?
Party Island had non-game functionality from the time that we introduced the mode, and continued as we held concerts within it. And I believe that was late 2019 or early 2020.
And when were concerts first launched within Fortnite? Approximately.
So I don't remember the date of the first concert. The first concert was with the musician Marshmallow. I believe that was late 2018 or early 2019.
And was that prior to the filing of the lawsuit?
Yes.
Was there competitive gameplay at the Marshmallow concert?
No. When the concert began, there was just a pure entertainment experience that you couldn't win or lose.
And you've also mentioned yesterday the creative game mode within Fortnite.
Yes.
All right. When was...
Can I ask on that? When someone is a Fortnite user and they go to one of these concerts, they're still in their kind of Fortnite persona, aren't they? I mean, it's not like we're going on Zoom and with friends and you see your friends and, you know, you go into a meeting room or something like that. People are there in their kind of game mode, aren't they?
Yes, people go into these concerts with their 3D avatar, a Marvel superhero or a giant banana, and they're participating in a virtual 3D space.
Right. And so it still seems to me like, well, let me ask this. Do you have any data that suggests that anybody goes to the concerts who aren't already just Fortnite players? Do you think it's just one more aspect of the game?
Well, yeah, we've seen a significant influx of people into Fortnite when we hold concerts, and also a significant event of reps players in Fortnite coming back for concerts. So,
but all in this kind of game situation, right? And there's some movies about stuff like this, aren't there?
yeah, well, Ready Player One is an example.
Because I'm not a gamer, that's the one that comes to mind. And is it like that?
Yeah, all of this metaverse science fiction portrays a realistic 3D world in which participants have both social experiences, like sitting in a bar and talking, and also game experiences, going on cases and things.
So would that be, because I haven't seen any evidence yet presented in how this actually looks in on your game platform, but would that movie kind of be the most readily accessible analogy to what is going on?
Yeah, so I think Ready Player One is a great movie example. There's also Snow Crash, the book, which kind of describes this emerging social entertainment medium that transcends gaming.
But again, the distinction is that they're going into these with their avatars, with their kind of in this gaming environment. And beyond doing competitions, then you provide other kind of experiences. Yes, all in a virtual 3D world. You can stand there and watch Netflix with your friends, and it's different than watching in front of a TV, because you can talk to your friends and you can emote and throw tomatoes at the screen, and so it's a very different experience than either a game or Netflix. But you still are monetizing that, you said, by offering people the ability to buy things while they're sitting there watching movies virtually together.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, go ahead.
And what are the kinds of things they can buy at a concert, for instance?
Well, we typically, around the time of a concert, will promote items associated with the musician, as well as, like the Travis Scott concert includes a skin or an outfit for Travis Scott, so did the Marshmallow concert. We also have emotes that are relevant to the concert. There are some that are kind of concert goer emotes of waving on going sticks, for example.
And are you, let me ask the question this way. Does an individual who has an avatar, do they have to engage in gameplay in order to attend a concert?
No.
Does an individual who appears in the app as an avatar, do they have to engage in competitive gameplay to watch a movie?
No.
Does an individual who appears as an avatar in the app have to engage in competitive play to create within creative mode?
No.
You aren't making a distinction, though, in terms of competitive play. People play games all the time that aren't necessarily competitive, right? Or is everything? I don't understand. If you have your Switch, I don't playing Candy Crush or something like that. You're playing a game. It's not necessarily competitive against other people. You're just playing a game.
Yes, and there's typically game mechanics like a score or progression of some sort, which isn't present in these concerts.
But that's not, you aren't making a distinction that somehow people have to be playing against someone else. Is everything that you sell people playing against each other?
And then within Fortnite Creative, this is just a tool for creating your own Fortnite island. There's nothing resembling a game mechanic at all. It's more like Barbie fashion designer, but for the Fortnite universe.
Right, and so it doesn't have to be competitive, it's just entertainment.
Yes, it's definitely entertainment.
In fact, how would you define a game?
I think a game involves individual or a social group of competitors. With a game, you're trying to build up to some outcome that you achieve, as opposed to an open-ended experience like building a Fortnite Creative Island or writing a Microsoft Word document. There's no scorekeeping mechanic, and you never gone or you never win.
Keep going.
You were asking questions about metal. Do you recall that, Mr. Sweeney?
Yes.
All right. And Mr. Doran showed you a document in which you praised metal in 2018. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Okay. When was metal first released, approximately, if you can recall?
My recollection is in the 2014 timeframe, but I'm not certain.
So a couple of years at least before 2018?
I think so.
Okay. Do you know whether or not Epic invested any resources in improving metal?
Yes, we worked very closely with Apple as we were bringing up support for the Unreal Engine in metal, and we gave them feedback on improving their API, and they gave us feedback on improving our engine.
All right. And does the work that Epic did with regard to metal, along with Apple, is that limited to the benefit of Epic, or will it benefit others?
I think all of these efforts we did in partnership with Apple will benefit all developers.
Okay. And can we pull up DX3818, please, for a moment? DX3818. All right. And in this document, Mr. Doran pointed you to language in the paragraph on the first page regarding competition across platforms. Do you see that?
Sorry, what sentence?
Right there, anywhere in there.
Yes.
Okay, do you see that language that you were pointed to by Mr. Doran?
Yes.
Okay. And does it benefit Epic to have cross-platform competition?
Yes.
Why?
Because competition ensures that users can get the best value and the best products and companies have an opportunity to win on their merit.
Is there right now cross-platform competition with iOS?
No, Apple locks iOS users into their platform and prevents competition in a lot of areas, including stores. In other words, I'm sorry, you can't purchase a game on the Epic Game Store and then go to iOS, and if the game is also available on iOS, you don't own the game on iOS. You'd have to buy it again through the Apple Store. So there's no cross-platform competition in many product categories because Apple prohibits it.
You were asking questions about Apple's AR kit. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Are you familiar with the term API?
Yes.
Is AR kit an API?
Yes.
Is that API available for native apps?
Yes.
Are you aware, one way or the other, as to whether or not ARKit is available through WebKit?
Yes, Apple does not make ARKit available through WebKit.
What is the significance of that?
It means that a web app cannot compete with a native app in augmented reality, and it can't generally even exist because Apple prohibits AR from being used within a web browser to the extent of our knowledge.
Does that mean that a web app does not have access to ARKit?
Yes.
You were asked some questions about the trajectory of Fortnite usage in 2020. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And you were asked questions specifically with regard to the COVID period of time in 2020 and Fortnite usage. Do you recall that?
Yes.
At the beginning of 2020, what was the trajectory of Fortnite usage?
Fortnite was going strong in early 2020, and January is my recollection.
All right. Let's pull up DX3774 if we could. Do you recall being shown this document by Mr. Doran?
Yes.
All right. And if you turn, please, to the page that is 1, 2, 3 pages in. There's a page Bates numbered at the bottom that ends at 765. Do you see that page?
Yes.
There's mobile platform fees, an existential issue as Fortnite evolves. Do you see that?
Yes.
And did you see this page at the time that this presentation was shown to the Board of Directors on or about July 27th, 2020?
Yes.
And do you agree with the statement, mobile platform fees, an existential issue as Fortnite evolves?
Yes.
What's your understanding as to why mobile platform fees are an existential issue as Fortnite evolves?
Sure, these fees are an existential issue to the development of the metaverse in general. And Fortnite is increasingly a creator-driven platform. Companies and individuals besides Epic are creating content within Fortnite that they're working to distribute to users. And even though because we're early in the development of a creator-based Fortnite economy, the long-term evolution of Fortnite will be opening up Fortnite as a platform for creators to distribute their work to users. And Epic is trying to build a metaverse in which creators can make the majority of profit from their own games and other entertainment experiences within Fortnite, which means that besides Epic paying all its operating costs for Fortnite servers, the majority of the revenue from creators' experiences in Fortnite should go to the creators themselves. And with Apple taking 30% off of the top, it makes it very, very hard for Epic and creators to exist in the future world.
Let's pull up, if we could, DX4579, another document you were shown by Mr. Doran. And I'd like to turn you to the paragraph that one of the parts of the document that Mr. Doran showed you, which is in the third paragraph on this page. And there's a sentence that says, Epic has certain plans for August that will provide an extraordinary opportunity to highlight the value proposition of consoles and PCs in contrast to mobile platforms and to onboard new console users. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. Did you have any expectation at the time that you sent this email, which was 5 August 2020, as to the level of onboarding of new users that might occur?
Given the data we had, our understanding of platform switching has been relatively modest, but we wanted to do everything we could to enable Fortnite players to find a new home.
Were you expecting significant or insignificant onboarding of new users?
I was expecting modest onboarding of new users.
All right. You were asked some questions about buying V-Bucks through the Epic website. Do you recall those questions?
Yes.
And in your view, is buying V-Bucks through the Epic website an attractive option for consumers?
No.
Why not?
And people want to buy V-Bucks in Fortnite is when they see a cool new item in the Fortnite outfit shop. And at that point in time, they're in Fortnite on some platform. And to set Fortnite aside and pull out some device, browse to a website, log in, and then make a transaction there is extremely inconvenient versus a few taps on the screen using an app purchase. So generally, we appreciate that there's a huge amount of payment processing and customer friction associated with showing a user of an app an item outside of that app.
And have you seen any data as to the numbers of purchasers who complete transactions in-app versus outside of the app?
No, I don't remember.
Okay. Can you remind?
I just want to follow up on this too, Mr. Sweeney. Do you know the numbers in terms of the ages of the individuals who use Fortnite?
We don't track customer age.
So you have an understanding generally whether a majority of the people who use your product are young people?
No, we understand the majority of Fortnite players to be generally young adults. Around a teen-rated game, 13 plus.
So there's a substantial or not a substantial number of children who are playing those games.
I don't know. We don't collect user age as a matter of business practice.
Why is it so inconvenient that someone can't make what I would call, as a parent, an impulse purchase? That is, if I'm a parent and I say, here's your allowance, and they choose to put $10 or $15 in V-Bucks in their account, then they can use it when they want. Isn't that a responsible way to deal with a young client base? Why should we want them to have impulse, the ability to just, on impulse, buy something?
Well, Fortnite has, and most platforms have parental controls preventing children from making cash purchases. And so if a parent would buy a child V-Bucks, whether in Fortnite, on iOS, or on our website, then the child has permission to spend those V-Bucks, but not to use the parent's credit card.
Right, but isn't that what you seem to want here? I mean, people have the ability to have an account, right? You've got an account of V-Bucks or savings or whatever. What you're really asking for is the ability to have impulse purchases.
Yes, customer convenience is a huge factor in this. We find people are much more likely to make a purchase if it's easy to make a purchase than if it's very hard.
All right, Mr. Sweeney, you were shown a document. Let's pull it up. 4477 by Mr. Doran, and also I talked to you about this yesterday, and you were pointed to various portions of this document. Let me ask you whether or not Epic is suing for damages in this case.
No.
And would Epic have accepted a deal from Apple prior to the launch of the hotfix that related to relief just for itself and its concerns about Apple's policies?
Yes, that's what Epic was asking for in this document. If Apple had granted us permission, then we would have launched Fortnite direct payment with Apple's blessing.
Did Epic want a deal just for itself or for all developers?
I did not want a deal just for Epic. I expressed the hope that Apple would make these options available to all developers.
If Apple had told you that the deal would only be for you and no other developers, if Apple had told you that it would offer you a deal for you and no other developers, would you have accepted that deal?
Yes, I would have.
When did you first learn that the class action existed, if you can recall?
Referring to the consumer?
The consumer class action, or the developer class action.
The recollection is a bit hazy, but I remember reading about the Supreme Court matter on, was it the developer class action in 2018, I believe?
And remind the court when you first distributed on iOS?
I believe that in March or April of 2018.
And remind the court when you first distributed any game or product on iOS?
2010.
And did Apple require Epic to enter into a developer agreement at that time?
Yes.
And you discussed that briefly with Mr. Doran yesterday. Do you recall that?
Yes.
All right. Did Epic have any ability to negotiate the terms with Apple prior to entering into that agreement?
No, Apple's terms were non-negotiable.
If Epic had not agreed to all of the terms in that developer agreement, would Epic have been able to distribute on iOS?
No.
You also spoke briefly with Mr. Doran about communications with Apple prior to filing the lawsuit. let me show you, if I can, a document. That is PX2374. Your Honor, may I approach, and I'll also hand one to Your Honor and the clerks?
You may.
Now, Mr. Sweeney, I don't expect that you've seen the top email, but I'm interested in the portion of this document, PX2374, that appears to have come from you.
Yes.
What is this document? The portion that comes from you?
This is an email I sent to Tim Cook at Apple suggesting that Apple make iOS an open platform in 2015.
And why did you send this email to Mr. Cook at that time?
Concerns with the Apple's business model has been building up for a period of several years, and Epic had tried to arrange conversations with Apple, I think even prior to this. I hadn't had a chance until I just sent them an email on the topic.
All right, let me show you another document which has been marked as PX. Your Honor,
Any objection? 374 is admitted.
All
I'm
right.
assuming that's what you wanted, Ms. Ford.
It is, Your Honor. Thank you. I'd also like to show the witness what's been marked for identification as PX2421. And Mr. Sweeney, if you could let me know when you've had an opportunity to review this document.
Yes, I've seen it.
Okay, and there's a portion of the document. Well, let me describe what the document is to the court, please.
This is an email discussion between myself and Epic Vice President Mark Rain, where we were attempting to set up a meeting with Apple to discuss our concerns with iOS, in particular in this case with Mr. Jaziat. Is that Jaziat at Apple?
And why were you making that suggestion?
Our concerns we're continuing to grow with Apple's business model. We were at this point preparing to launch Fortnite on iOS. I wanted to have an executive level discussion with Apple about the topic.
All right. Your Honor, I'd like to move PX2421 into evidence.
Any objection? Admitted.
Mr. Sweeney, lastly, you were asked some questions yesterday or this morning about the Epic's June 2020 renewal of its agreement with Apple. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Was Epic able to negotiate the terms of that agreement with Apple?
No.
If Epic had not agreed to the renewal agreement, what would have occurred?
I believe our membership in Apple's developer program would have expired, and Epic would be able to develop software for at least iOS devices.
All right, thank you, Your Honor. I have no further questions at this time.
Recross limited to the scope of redirect.
Mr. Sweeney, regarding Metal, you're aware that an updated version of Metal was issued by Apple in 2017, correct?
I don't remember it specifically.
Okay, but you know that that API has continued to evolve and improve since it was first released in 2014, correct?
Yeah.
Secondly, if you could please look at Exhibit 2374, which you were just shown. Do you have that?
Yes.
This is your email to Mr. Cook. Do you have that?
Yes.
And in the first paragraph, you state in the second sentence that the App Store has done much good for the industry. And did you mean that when you made that statement in June 2015?
Yes.
And looking at the last paragraph, you state that it would be extremely positive for Apple to take this approach. Well, let's back up and just read the paragraph. The paragraph starts, compliance review would keep iOS free of malware, while open distribution would combine the best aspects of the App Store with the best aspects of open platforms. It would be extremely positive for Apple to take this approach proactively before this topic is overly complicated by opposing political, regulatory, moral, and competitive forces. Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
And so you understood that the way that the App Store was structured was in part impacted by competitive forces, correct?
My concern at this point in time was that it was not impacted by competitive forces.
So even though you stated that the topic may become overly complicated by opposing competitive forces, you did not in fact believe that the App Store was impacted by competitive forces by June 2015. Is that your testimony?
My concern at this point was that the iOS app distribution model was not subject to any competition whatsoever. That was my concern.
Sir, I'm going to ask you to focus on my question, please. You stated in your email to Mr. Cook that it would be extremely positive for Apple to take this approach before the topic is overly complicated by opposing competitive forces. And you're telling us that despite having made that statement in June 2015, your view was that there were no competitive forces impacting the App Store. That's your testimony here today.
Yes.
Thank you. And Mr. Sweeney, for Fortnite, iOS is accounted for about 5.5% of total Fortnite revenue through 2020, correct? Since launch.
I'm not certain.
You know it's well below 10%, though, aren't you?
Yes.
Your Honor, I failed to move Exhibit 4036 into evidence previously, I believe, and I would like to do that now.
I had it as admitted. It's not, then it will be admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. And then, secondarily, I have the...
Before we move on for 4036, I don't think it had been formally offered, Your Honor. The only thing that I had on that one was an objection to the top portion of the email as hearsay. If it was being offered for a non-hearsay use, then we had no objection. The top portion is from an outside third party, Your Honor, Mr. Phil Spencer.
Again, Your Honor, it's just a statement of Mr. Spencer's position in this document. Whether he's telling the truth or not, I will not guess, but this is a position he took with Mr. Sweeney.
Admit it. I haven't before. I'll admit it again, and obviously follow the rules of evidence with respect to its proper evidentiary value.
Thank you, Your Honor. And then lastly, Your Honor, I want to hand up the thumb drive that has the video clip on it.
Okay, you can give that to Ms. Stone.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Redirect limited to the scope of recross.
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Okay, I have a few. Mr. Sweeney, do you have any understanding of the economics of developers who engage in apps that relate to food?
No, Your Honor.
Do you have any understanding of the economics with respect to developers who have apps related to maps or GPS or traffic?
I do not.
Same question with respect to coupons or incentives.
No, Your Honor.
Same question with respect to weather.
No, Your Honor.
Same question with respect to dating.
No, Your Honor.
And the same question with respect to instant messengers.
No, Your Honor.
So you don't have any idea how what you're asking for would impact any of the developers who engage in all of those other categories of apps. Is that right?
I prefer not.
Okay. Just a few minutes ago, Ms. Forrest asked you a question about your perspectives in 2012 when you gave that speech at DICE versus now, and you talked about the growth in the entire industry, and in particular the mobile game, the developments in the mobile game industry. You gave some numbers. Apple also participates in that industry, right? That is, they have their own gaming store too, don't they?
You are referring to the iOS Appstore now?
I'm talking about games in particular.
Okay, Apple has hosts the App Store on iOS and Mac, which sells all kinds of apps, including games.
I don't have anything else. Any follow-up on my questions, Ms. Forrest?
Yeah, could I correct something I said to you earlier? You asked about age knowledge. Epic, for the players, we ask for the player's age, and if the player is under 13, then we implement child safety practices required by law, but we do not retain player age information outside of that process.
Okay.
Apologize.
No, that's all right. Thank you for the clarification. Ms. Forrest, any?
No follow-up, Your Honor.
Mr. Bourne? All right, sir, you may step down.
Thank you.
Next witness. Wait, I did have another question. Mr. Sweeney. You're asking the court for equitable relief. So part of the equitable relief that I've already provided was to require that Apple keep the Unreal Engine open. What is your backup plan if I don't? What's your backup plan?
If Apple's actions are lawful, then I acknowledge Apple would have the right to remove Epic from the developer program for any reason or no reason, and then it would be up to Apple to decide. If Apple cut us off, then we would have to live without supporting the iOS platform.
Okay, thank you. All right, now next witness.
Good morning, Your Honor. Wes Earnhardt for Epic Games. We called Benjamin Simon.
Okay, and it's Mr. Hart, sorry?
Earnhardt.
while they're getting the witness, Your Honor, I'll just remove the equipment from over by the stands and nobody trips on it.
We'll take care of that. Or your folks can get it over next to Francis. You can take it, Sam.
I did.
All right, thank you. And pull that body to you, and then please state your full name, spell your last name.
My name is Benjamin Simon. My last name is spelled Simon.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
You may proceed.
Good morning, Mr. Simon. Where are you employed?
Yoga Booty Co.
Does Yoga Booty Co. go by another name?
Yes, we usually use the name Down Dog publicly. We usually use the name Down Dog publicly. Yes.
What kind of company is Down Dog?
We're a small software company.
What does it develop?
We develop consumer applications for wellness practices, primarily our yoga app.
Down Dog is an unusual name. Where does it come from?
Down Dog is a yoga pose. We also wanted to make my dog the icon for the app, so to help make that make sense.
What is your title at Down Dog?
I'm the president and CEO.
What year did you also found Down Dog?
Yes.
What year?
We founded the company in 2015.
And what did you do before you founded Down Dog?
I was a software engineer at Google for 3 years. I worked on a small team that built what's now the current version of Google Sheets for 2 years, and then I worked on Google Maps for mobile.
How many employees does Down Dog have?
Currently, we have 5 full-time employees, including myself.
And what are your responsibilities as CEO?
I oversee most of the operations of Down Dog, particularly anything involving the code and software distribution side. My co-founder handles some of the more purely business admin kinds of things.
Are you involved in overseeing the distribution of your applications?
Yes.
Are you involved in overseeing customer support?
Yes.
Are you in charge of setting Down Dog's pricing?
That's usually a conversation with me and my co-founder.
Does Down Dog have a data analytics team?
No, we do not.
Are you in charge of reviewing Down Dog's data analytics?
Yes.
Do you do that in the ordinary course of your business?
Yes.
What are Down Dog's products?
Currently, we have 5 applications. Our yoga app, we have a prenatal yoga app, a bar app, which is sort of ballet-inspired fitness, HIIT, which is high-intensity interval training, and then most recently our meditation app.
And can you just explain
My court reporter is shaking her head because you're speaking too fast.
Sorry.
We'll try to go slowly.
Yeah.
Okay. Can you just explain generally what those apps allow users to do?
Yes. When a user comes to the app, they can choose from a variety of customizations. So, for example, in the yoga app, they can choose the length of the practice they want to do down to the minute, the pace, the level. They can choose among different voices. They can choose to boost a certain part of the practice to focus on a certain body area. And then what Down Dog does is create the custom workout for that user on demand and stitches together a single video that appears to be basically a continuous fitness class and serve that to the user as instructional content that they can do yoga or meditate or work out along with.
Okay. Roughly, how many users take classes on Down Dog's apps on a given day?
We have about 150,000 practices completed across our apps on any given day.
Okay. And where do your customers access those Down Dog classes?
We have a native iOS app as well as, or I guess for each of our 5 products, we have a native iOS app, a native Android app, and then we also have a full featured web application.
For your native iOS app, Where can your customers go to download it?
Only through the iOS App Store.
How does Down Dog make money?
We are a subscription-based service, so we offer a free trial that users just need to create an account to access, and then after 2 to 3 weeks, when the trial is done, they have to subscribe in order to continue practicing in any of the apps.
And just in general, how does the subscription work once a user has one?
Any subscription gives them access to all of the apps on all of our platforms. It's a monthly or yearly subscription.
And once a user agrees to a subscription, does it auto-renew at the end of the period, or does the user have to resubscribe?
For a subscription, it typically auto-renews, although they can turn that off at any point. For the trial, there's no billing information taken ahead, so there's no auto-renew or no auto-billing of the first charge.
Okay. Where can a user purchase a subscription to Down Dog?
Via in-app purchase on the iOS native app, or in-app purchases on the Android native app. And then we also offer subscriptions via our website, where users can either use a credit card, which we process through Stripe, or they can also pay via PayPal on our website.
So for subscriptions purchased in the iOS app, what payment processor do you use?
Within the iOS app, we're only allowed to use Apple's in-app purchase system.
Did Down Dog have to take any steps to become eligible to distribute its apps on the App Store in iOS?
Sign up as a developer, pay the $99 developer fee, and sign various agreements.
Okay. And did you in fact sign the developer program license agreement?
I believe so, yes.
Were you able to negotiate the terms of that agreement?
No.
Were you able to ask any questions about the agreement before you signed it?
Not that I recall, no.
Were you able to seek any exceptions to any of the terms within the agreement before you signed it?
Not that I recall.
How did it work functionally?
I believe it was all self-service through Apple's website, where we basically just clicked through and signed up.
Okay. Since launching Down Dog, have you had direct experiences with Apple's App Store policies and practices?
Yes.
At a high level, without getting into details now, what impact have Apple's App Store's policies and practices had on the price you charge your customers?
At a high level, we've always discounted the website subscription by at least the 30% that Apple takes, passing on those savings to our consumers. So at a very high level, not being able to publicize that offer raises prices for our consumers, and along with that, we end up with fewer people subscribing.
You answered my next question, but at a high level, what impact have Apple's policies had on your ability to attract and maintain users?
Yeah, so generally when we've done pricing experiments, we've found that around our current pricing, if we increase the price by X percent, we get roughly an X percent decrease in the number of subscribers. And inversely, if we lower the price, that obviously changes at the extremes. So at a high level, we're losing, the percentage of users equivalent to the increased subscription price.
Okay. And what impact have Apple's App Store policies and practices had on your ability, to provide customer service to your users?
There are a couple issues. One is simply the app review process, which slows down our ability to release bug fixes and other improvements to our users, which creates customer service issues. Additionally, a substantial customer service issue for us is that we can't issue refunds or even cancel the subscriptions of users who subscribe via in-app purchases. So those customer support complaints are ones that we can't remedy.
So let's start by talking about pricing. You testify that you sell subscriptions, both on the web and in your iOS app, correct?
Correct.
How does your standard pricing compare between subscriptions purchased on the web versus subscriptions bought through the iOS app?
For the past year, the standard in-app price has been $59.99, as in $60 per year, or $9.99 per month. And then on the website, it's been $39.99 per year or $7.99 per month, which we generally advertise as a 33% discount for the yearly one at least.
So just to make sure I have that right, the iOS prices are 33% higher than the web prices?
The iOS prices are actually 50% higher because of the way that math works out. The web prices are 33% lower than the iOS prices. Sorry. The iOS prices are 50% higher than the web prices, which is the same as saying the web prices are 33% lower than the iOS prices.
Okay. And why is it that you charge more for subscriptions purchased in-app on iOS than on the web?
Primarily money on users who subscribe via our website. Additionally, we find there are other reasons that we think it's better for us and our customers to subscribe via our website. The lack of the ability to issue refunds and otherwise manage their memberships being the primary one, which is why we're okay actually even making a little less on the website purchases.
So who ultimately bears the cost of Apple's 30% commission on iOS from your subscription payments?
I would say that our customers do.
Okay. Could Down Dog offer subscriptions only on the web and still offer an iOS app?
I'm not entirely sure. I believe it would at least be difficult in that we wouldn't be able to tell users how they can subscribe within the app. So if there's no subscription option in the app, that would be a rather confusing experience for users.
Could Down Dog offer an iOS subscription in the app without using Apple's in-app payment processor to avoid the 30% fee?
No, that is explicitly forbidden.
Forbidden by what?
The Appstore review guidelines.
Okay. Do you like that policy?
No, we do not.
Why did you agree to it?
We have no ability to negotiate those terms, and we feel we can't grow our business without having an iOS native app.
Does Down Dog ever run discounted pricing promotions?
We do, typically 4 times a year. It's typically Memorial Day, Labor Day, Cyber Monday, and New Year's.
Do you have a typical amount by which you discount the prices?
That has varied. It's typically between $15 a year and $24 a year. Most recently, we did a promotion for New Year's in January where we offered the subscription at $14.99 per year.
And why is it that Down Dog runs these pricing promotions?
Generally, we consider it part of our mission to provide specifically affordable wellness practices to the world. We found that doing promotions have been an effective way to offer our product at a cheaper price to those who can't afford it.
And does Down Dog make those promotional offers available for purchase on iOS?
Typically, we do not.
And why not?
There's 2 reasons. One is that at the time of the promotion, it's very confusing to be talking about 2 different prices. And when we discount the app that much, we really can't afford to give 30% to Apple. I believe that the $14.99 per year price, if a user practices every day, we actually lose money just on the music licensing fees that we have to pay. So we really can't afford to give 30%. Additionally, Apple's in-app payment system makes it somewhat difficult to change our prices. A change in price requires a new product, which requires a review by Apple, which requires an update. And so in particular, if we want to do an experiment of prices or if we don't plan far enough ahead, it's very hard to do a sale on iOS.
Okay. Would Down Dog charge its customers less for in-app subscriptions on iOS absent Apple's policy?
Yes, I think so.
Both when running a promotion and normally?
I'm not sure if we would run the promotions on iOS because of the other issues I just explained, but yes.
Just want to make sure I understand the economics. is there any change in content based on whether a user subscribes in iOS versus on the web?
No, there is not.
And if the user subscribes in iOS and on the web, which platforms on what can the user access the app?
Regardless of where they subscribe, they can access the app on Android, iOS, or the web.
And for the user, which subscriptions are cheaper, web or iOS?
Web.
Okay. So do all of your users therefore subscribe on the web?
No, among our iOS users, it's roughly 50-50.
So 50% subscribe in the app on iOS for more?
Correct.
How do you explain that?
Apple, in addition to prohibiting us from implementing an additional payment method, does not allow us to direct users to a separate payment method or even present a link to our website. So unless the 50% of users who do subscribe on our website hear about that offer via email. However, email doesn't reach all users for a variety of reasons, spam, just missing it. And also some users will choose to subscribe before they ever get that email. So because we can't advertise the website offer within the app, we end up having, again, roughly half of our users subscribe via in-app purchase at the higher price.
And what's... of our users subscribe in the in-app price.
That's correct.
So what's your view on that restriction?
I think it, again, increases prices for our users and reduces the number of subscribers. For that particularly, we also have evidence from the fact that on Android, we do include a link to purchase on our website. And on Android, only about 10% of our users choose to use the in-app purchase option.
Okay, if you don't like the restriction that prevents you from telling your users that you have lower prices elsewhere, why did you agree to it?
We don't feel we have any other choice.
I'll show you one document now. May I approach, Your Honor?
Okay.
Fine for you, but I understand that.
That's fine.
Okay. Just turn to that binder to the document labeled PX2790. Okay. Do you recognize that document?
Yes, this seems to be the Appstore review guidelines.
And you have to agree to the terms within these guidelines in order to distribute your down dog products on Apple's App Store?
So I believe the developer agreement references the guidelines, but I know the guidelines are updated pretty often, and I don't believe developers are notified when it's updated or asked to re-agree to them.
Do you have to comply with these guidelines as your products are available on the App Store?
Yes.
Can I move to admit PX2790?
Any objection?
If you could turn to the page PX2790.10. 2790.10. You see there's a section there, 3.1.1?
Yes.
That says in-app purchase?
Yes.
Are you familiar with that?
I am.
What is it?
This is the section that stipulates under what conditions developers are required to use the in-app purchase mechanism and some of the rules surrounding that.
You see the last sentence reads, apps and their metadata may not include buttons, external links, or other calls to action that direct customers to purchasing mechanisms other than in-app purchase. See that?
Sorry, I recognize that language, but I don't see it.
the last sentence under 3.1.1?
Oh, yes, I do.
Has Apple enforced that policy at the down dog?
Yes, they have.
And how has it? How?
We have been rejected upon submitting new updates that have included the link. We've also been rejected for having an enter code field in our menu. We've also been rejected for a dialogue in our app that allows users to email us a message if they can't afford the subscription. And also a few times when the link in the app has been activated for a few days, Apple has notified us after the fact that we've been in violation of their guidelines.
Let's switch and talk about your Android app for a moment. You have an app that runs natively on Android, is that right?
Yes, we do.
How, if at all, is Down Dog's Android pricing different from its iOS pricing?
Not different.
On the Android app, are you able to tell users about the alternative web-based subscription option?
Yes, Google did remove us temporarily over last summer, saying that we violated their policies. However, at the time, we didn't think their policies actually did prevent that. They did put us back in the store at that point, and they've since revised their guidelines, but said they aren't going to start enforcing them until August of this year.
And on your Android app, do you in fact tell users that a subscription is available through the web for a cheaper price?
Yes, we do.
What percentage of Android users choose to subscribe on the web?
Roughly 90%.
So what does that mean for the average price that an Android user pays versus the average price that an iOS user pays?
Given that it's roughly half and half on iOS, and the price difference is 33%, I think it must be around a 15% reduction in the average price paid on Android.
So you charge the same price on both iOS and Android, but the average price the user actually pays is higher on iOS. Is that right?
That's correct.
And what is the cause of that phenomenon?
Apple's restrictions on telling our users about the website option from within our app.
Okay. If someone were to tell this court that Apple does not control how app developers charge their customers, because app developers like Down Dog can offer subscriptions sales outside of the app, how would you respond to that?
Christine. That's the form.
Do you believe you have control over how you charge your customers in iOS?
No.
And why not?
Again, we're restricted in our ability to communicate with our customers from within our product.
Okay. Let's talk more about your subscriber numbers. Have you taken any steps to determine exactly, how Apple's policies impact Down Dog's ability to attract new subscribers?
Sorry, can you repeat the question?
Sure. Have you taken any steps to determine how Apple's policies, as compared to Android, for example, impact Down Dog's ability to attract new subscribers?
When Google announced that they were going to essentially implement the same policy and start enforcing it as Apple has regarding the mentioning of other payment options, we decided we should find out what that was going to cost us in a year. So we ran an experiment where for a small number of users, we did not include the link to purchase on our website, which effectively made it equivalent to the iOS experience. When we did that, we saw, I think it was like 55% of users subscribed in-app, which roughly matches what we see on iOS, versus the more normal 10% who choose the in-app when they are provided the explicit link to purchase on our website.
Sean, are we subscribing regarding Apple? The answer was regarding it.
No, the question was what steps?
Sustained. We're going to have to restate your question, listen to the question, and respond to the question itself.
Have you taken any steps to determine how the presence or absence of a restriction on telling your users that they can subscribe on the web app impacts Downbug's ability to attract new subscribers?
That's a hard thing to measure directly on iOS because we're not allowed to include the link.
So on Android, did you take any steps to determine what impact that would have?
Yes, sure. My previous statement. On Android last August, we ran an experiment where for a small percentage of users, we did not display the link within the app to purchase on our website, which made the treatment effectively the same as our normal iOS treatment. And what we found was if we didn't include the link, we saw roughly the same proportion of subscribers using in-app purchases versus the website that we see on iOS, versus, as I said earlier, the only 10% that normally use the in-app purchase app on Android.
And what impact would you see on overall subscriptions?
Overall, I believe there was a 28% reduction in the number of subscribers.
So whether they subscribe in the app or on the web, during this experiment, you saw 28 fewer subscribers in total.
28% fewer, correct.
And to what did you attribute that?
I assume it's primarily just the higher price. Feasibly, you could imagine that some users actually don't want to use Google in-app's billing system and would prefer to put in their own credit card information.
I asked you some questions before about the impact of Apple's policies on customer service issues. I want to ask some more questions about that. Who processes Down Dog's customers' purchases on iOS?
Assuming you're referring to purchases made within the iOS app, it's Apple processes those payments.
Anyone else?
No.
Why not?
Again, it's forbidden for us to use another payment processor within our app.
And does Apple charge a fee for the payment processing?
Yes, they take 30% and I believe 15% after 1 year for recurring subscriptions.
Okay, so on iOS, in the app, who collects the user's billing information?
Apple, although in reality I think they already have the billing information.
And who maintains and controls that billing information?
Apple.
And who handles issues that later arise concerning billing or refunds?
Well, you need to be next to a mic because we can't hear you. And second, keep your objections to legal objections. I don't need discussion. Overruled. You can answer with respect to what you know. And not assuming, not guessing, no. Go ahead.
Sorry, can you repeat the question?
Yeah. When your customers want a refund, who handles that on iOS, in the iOS app?
Our customers often email us or message via the app, but ultimately only the Apple customer service team can issue them a refund if they purchased using in-app purchases.
And why is that?
Apple doesn't include as part of their in-app purchase API the ability to refund or suspend a user's subscription.
Does that
You get your 30% back when that happens?
I'm not sure if we get our 30%. Oh, wait, sorry. Sorry, in what case?
Well, if Apple's processing the payment and you have to pay Apple 30% commission on the subscription, and they give a refund, don't you get your 30% back?
I mean like a 70% back.
And you're 70%.
I believe that in the case of a refund, in the case of a refund, they're actually taking the money back from us, right?
So they're giving you, so anyway, it's a wash, so you go back to the beginning.
Yes, we basically never received the payment. We never received the 70% that we would have otherwise gotten if they issued a refund. And presumably they don't receive their 30% either.
When someone asks for a refund, in what period of time does that happen?
Meaning how long for them to get the refund, or when do they ask for the refund?
Do you have a policy about when people can ask for refunds?
We don't have a public policy, though. In practice, on our website, if you go to our support page and you ask for a refund, if it's been within 7 days of a monthly subscription payment or 30 days of a yearly subscription payment, you can get the refund all on your own without even talking to our customer service team. If it doesn't qualify for that, you can email our customer service team, and then sometimes we'll issue a refund anyway, depending on the circumstances.
Okay, so that because you have such a short period of time for a refund, there might not have been a transaction from Apple giving you your 70%. Right?
Sorry, that's in the case. Sorry, what I just spoke about was the case where they made a website purchase that we're able to refund. In the Apple case, we can't issue a refund, so all we can do is tell the user to ask Apple for a refund. My general understanding is that Apple typically doesn't do refunds unless it's been within 24 hours of the payment. So I agree. Apple also has a long delay before we actually receive payments. Typically, it's 45 to 60 days after the payment. So I believe that's correct, that we just never receive the proceeds of payments that were refunded.
And do you get monthly payments from Apple?
We do.
Okay, and those transactions are for things that happened 45 days prior.
Correct.
I see. All right. Thank you. Go ahead.
Do you believe it's important to Down Dog's customer service to be able to issue refunds when they're warranted?
Yes.
And on iOS, are you able to do that?
Only if they purchase via our website.
Is that fact that you're not able to issue the refund yourself for users who subscribe in the app ever called blowback to Down Dog?
Yes.
In what form?
There are a variety of issues. The most common is users who subscribe right before we either do a sale or in the last year, we've actually done a lot of periods of making the app completely free for the pandemic. In those cases, if the user recently made a payment and contacts us, we'll just issue them the refund. In the Apple case, we can't do that. In cases where users mistakenly try to purchase our sale price via the app, but not seeing the website discounted option, end up going through Apple's flow and purchasing at the full price, and then later complaining to us that they didn't receive the discount.
And when you receive these complaints from your customers for folks who subscribe in the iOS app, what do you do?
Typically, we apologize and give them directions for how they can request a refund from Apple's customer support. And we also tell them that they can tell Apple that we're totally okay with the refund.
In your view, does that live up to the standard of customer service that you would want for your company?
No.
Why not?
As I previously stated, we have a much more generous refund policy just in terms of the number of days since a payment. But more substantially, that doesn't allow for any one-off scenarios where, for example, we make the app free for healthcare workers and therefore want to refund a healthcare worker. Sorry. That doesn't allow us to issue refunds for specific reasons that Apple isn't going to understand. For example, the existence of a promotion that went into effect after a user subscribed.
Would you handle payment processing?
Sorry, can I actually add one thing to that? Of course. It also changes certain decisions around, for example, removing features, where if we can't refund users who, so for example, we recently removed the ability to play practices offline because it was only used by 0.5% of users. That 0.5% of users might really care about that feature. And so if users complain about that, we'll typically refund them because we're no longer offering the exact product that they subscribed to. But again, we can't do that if the subscription was made through Apple.
And again, why can't you?
Because Apple doesn't allow us to.
Would you handle payment processing and billing and refunds differently for those folks who subscribe in the app on iOS if you could?
Yeah.
How would you handle it?
We would give refunds the same way we do for our website purchases. I'll also note that on Android, we are able to issue refunds, and we do so there.
So let's talk about payment processing on the web. who processes customer purchases of subscriptions for Down Dog products when the user
card information directly, in which case it's processed by Stripe. They can also use PayPal.
Okay, so, and on the web then, who collects the user's billing information?
In PayPal's case, it's completely within PayPal. In Stripe's case, the credit card number is entered onto our webpage, but is sent directly to Stripe. It never touches our servers.
And who maintains and controls that information?
Stripe and PayPal.
And who receives the payment in the first instance for web subscriptions?
Sorry, I don't think I understand the question.
Do the payments go to Stripe and PayPal, or do they come directly to Down Dog?
They go to Stripe and PayPal, and then those two companies do payouts to us.
Now, on the web, can you issue refunds?
Yes.
Can you cancel subscriptions?
Yes.
Can you provide direct customer service to your clients?
Yes.
Why can you do that on the web, but not on iOS?
There's no arbiter of what we're allowed to do on the open web platform.
How does that change the customer service experience on the web compared to iOS?
It allows us to provide a superior customer service experience on the web.
Let's talk about security for one moment. You mentioned this, but I just want to reiterate it. Do the subscribers' credit card numbers ever reach Down Dog servers?
No, they do not.
And is that important to Down Dog?
Yes.
Why?
That's obviously important information, which if it did live on our servers, we would have to obviously take many precautions to make sure that information is secure. I believe there are specific legal regulations around credit card information specifically, all of which is dodged by having that information goes directly to Stripe.
Have you ever had any type of security issue arising from web-based subscriptions?
We have had a few users claim that their credit card information had been stolen, meaning that like the person who put in their credit card information was committing fraud, but not as a result of anything on our part.
Let me ask a better question. Have you had any type of security issue caused by the fact that the user subscribed on the web as opposed to in the app on iOS?
No, we have not.
Does Down Dog pay a fee in connection with the services that Stripe and PayPal provide?
Yes, we do.
And how much do you pay?
I believe it's 30 cents per transaction plus 2.9%. It's slightly higher for transactions made not in United States dollars.
Now, in your view, taking into account all the various factors, who provides a better payment processing service, Apple or Stripe?
Stripe.
And in your view, taking into account all the factors, who provides a better payment processing service, Apple or PayPal? Now, assuming that Apple and Stripe services cost exactly the same, would you prefer to use Apple's payment processing service or Stripe's?
Stripe.
Does Apple's in-app payment service provide anything of material value to you that you did not receive from Stripe?
It's perhaps slightly easier for users to go through the payment flow for in-app purchases versus having to look up their credit card number. But besides that, no.
You believe that justifies Apple's 30% fee compared to Stripe's 3% fee?
No.
In your experience, has Apple applied its Appstore guidelines consistently and fairly?
No.
Have you ever offered free trials?
Yes.
What are free trials?
When a user creates their account, simply by providing their email address, they have free access to all of the apps for a set period of time before we ever try to collect their billing information.
Does Apple have policies regarding how free trials can be conducted in iOS?
Yes.
And what has been your experience with those policies?
Most notably, last summer, we were rejected several times with the reviewers telling us that we had to implement our free trial using in-app purchases, which would require that the trial would auto charge them at the end of the free trial period.
And can you just explain what that means? What would be required for the use of in-app purchase such that the user would be auto charged at the end of the period?
So essentially, after the user signs up, before they could ever try out the app, substantially actually do a class, they would have to go through Apple's payment flow to subscribe the in-app purchases. Though they are not actually charged until the free trial is done, they can turn off the free trial before and avoid a charge. However, we can't provide a way for them to do that from within the app. They have to go into their Apple settings to disable that.
And how did that compare to what you wanted to offer as a free trial?
We wanted to offer a truly free trial where you didn't have to give us any payment information, and only after your free trial would we prompt you to subscribe.
And why did you prefer your type of free trial as to compare to the one that Apple tried to impose?
In general, we don't really want to make our money from users who just forget to unsubscribe. We also experimented with different types of free trials, primarily in the fall of 2018. And we found that for an auto-renewing trial, we had such a big reduction in the number of users who would actually do the trial that we ended up with fewer subscribers at the very end, even though more of the people who did the trial did, in fact, get charged at least once. Can you explain the process that a user must go through on iOS to unsubscribe before a free trial ends? I believe they have to go into their settings, like the main settings app on their phone. Then they have to click Apple ID. Then I believe there's a subscriptions button, and that takes them to a page that has all of their in-app subscriptions. And then they can click into the specific one to cancel and confirm.
And is there a time period within which the user must cancel the quote-unquote free trial before they'll be auto-charged?
I believe Apple warns that you should cancel 24 hours before the end of the trial. Typically, those trials are something like 7 days. In our case, we do a longer trial, but it's also not one of these auto-renewing trials.
Okay. Did you tell Apple you viewed their restrictions on free trials as a problem?
We did.
And what was their response?
We actually didn't think we were in violation of their stated policy. The policy seemed to state that you could implement a free trial using in-app purchases, but didn't seem to state that you had to. But they basically just doubled down and said, no, we were still in violation and we would need to change that.
And so what did you do in response?
After waiting several days for a phone call from Apple, we tweeted a screenshot of the interaction we were having with them.
And why did you do that?
I was pretty frustrated at this point. In particular, this update didn't actually change anything about the free trial behavior. We'd had this type of free trial for years, and actually just contained unrelated improvements and bug fixes. So, in particular, having to wait to release something unrelated for what I thought truly wasn't against the guidelines seemed unfair.
Did Apple do anything in response to your tweets?
Yes, I believe 4 hours after we tweeted, we got a phone call from Apple.
And what did they say?
I actually missed that first phone call, but the next morning they called back, and he told me that they had seen the tweets, they had reviewed the back and forths with the reviewers, it had been escalated to a higher team overnight, and they had decided that we were correct, and the guidelines didn't actually forbid us from doing this type of free trial.
And did they then allow you to offer the free trial in that way?
They did.
Do you believe that there is a security risk in allowing yoga users to take free trials without putting in their billing information first?
No.
Do you believe there could be a business risk for Apple if the user is allowed to take free trials without putting in their billing information first?
Objection on the foundation.
Yes.
2 years ago, would you have attempted to tweet the interaction with Apple?
Not sure. That was our first instance of doing that, so probably not.
And why did you believe it would be successful now, but maybe wouldn't have been successful 2 years ago?
We had a substantially larger user base. I also thought that this issue in particular, I think users actually hate auto-renewing trials, and so I thought this issue in particular was something that we were likely to get users support for.
And if you would not have been able to garner user support, and if Apple had not listened to your arguments, what would you have had to do?
We would have had to implement the auto-renewing free trial.
What are promo codes?
I suppose they're codes allowing either free access or reduced price access.
Has Down Dog ever had promo codes in its apps?
We have.
Does Apple have policies relating to this?
Yes.
And what was your experience with Apple regarding promo codes in the Down Dog apps?
At one point, we were trying to get an update approved in time for New Year's. Again, it was sort of an unrelated update trying to launch an intro to yoga series that we had developed. And we were rejected with the reviewer simply asking what the enter code button in our menu was for. We explained that we had used that at times to give free access. Sorry, at the time, we actually were not currently using that. In the past, we had used it to give free access to students, but because we weren't currently using it, we decided the easiest thing was to just remove that button. So we resubmitted the app with the button removed, and then we were rejected again, this time being told that we hadn't responded to them, telling them what the button was for, even though it was no longer present. So we submitted again, putting back the button and explaining that we had used it to give free access to students, at which point we were rejected with them saying, no matter what, you're not allowed to use codes.
And then what did you do?
I believe then we removed the button, and it finally was approved.
So Apple first approved the app with the promo code functionality, right?
Correct.
And then they rejected it?
Yes, it was initially approved with the promo code functionality much earlier and had been probably multiple times approved in the store. But then on this unrelated update, it was rejected, correct.
And then so you removed it?
Yes.
But then they told you to put it back in?
Yes.
So that they could reject it?
Correct.
So that you could remove it?
Correct.
And all of this happened under the same guideline?
Correct.
What is Apple Health?
Apple Health is an app on iPhones that supports, among other things, tracking your workouts, including the workouts of third-party applications.
Do you integrate your apps with Apple Health?
We do.
And what has been your experience with the app review process relating to Apple Health integration?
We never had any issues for a long time. However, in the past year, there have been 2 instances where we were rejected with the reviewer telling us that they couldn't find the Apple Health integration because sorry, I should step back for a second. If you integrate with Apple Health, Apple requires you to state that in your App Store description or else they will reject you. So in our App Store description, we state that. However, iPads don't support Apple Health, which is entirely a decision of Apple's. And so there is no integration if you're on an iPad. However, twice we were rejected by reviewers saying they couldn't find the Apple Health integration. And when we asked for screenshots, we saw that they were, in fact, testing on iPads. So we then had to explain to Apple's own reviewers that Apple has decided not to support Apple Health on iPads.
Okay, and what was the impact on your business from these 2 rejections?
Arbitrary delays to release unrelated updates.
What is Sign In with Apple?
Sign In with Apple is Apple's third-party sign-in solution that allows other apps to have users authenticate via their Apple credentials.
And what has been your experience with Sign In with Apple?
So first of all, Apple requires developers who implement another third-party login solution like Google Sign-In or Facebook Login are the 2 that we do to implement Sign-In with Apple. Sign-In with Apple was only released, I think, 2 years ago, maybe not even. And so that was only started to be, the requirement to implement Sign-In with Apple was only enforced starting this past summer. When we were told we had to implement it we looked and we saw that signing with Apple is only supported on iOS versions 12 and above. However, we support iOS versions down to 9.3. So we had several back and forths with Apple trying to explain that we couldn't actually satisfy all their guidelines because we were additionally required to support subscriptions on any Apple devices that are Apple supported on. They told us that the app review team was not technical and that we would need to contact Apple developer support to find out how to implement signing with Apple pre-iOS 12. After a long back and forth, we basically decided it just wasn't worth it because they told us that we basically had to implement the solution ourselves using JavaScript. And then when we finally did implement signing with Apple, we were rejected because our login screen features, or at the time featured a picture of someone doing yoga with a mostly brown background. And we were rejected because we used the black sign in with Apple button. And there's a guideline that says that if you use the black button, it has to appear on a light background. And if you use the white button, it has to appear on a dark background.
So we've heard statements that Apple treats all developers equally, including for its own apps. What has been your experience?
Merely the fact that there's an editorial team that chooses to feature some apps and not others makes it clear that Apple has no intention of treating all apps equally.
Did you attempt to offer free classes during the COVID-19 pandemic?
Yes.
Can you explain what happened when you tried to do that?
Yes. We, shortly before lockdowns actually started, we announced that we were going to make all of our apps completely free in March, and we eventually extended that through April as well. When we submitted our next update, we put in the release notes, the what's new message, that all our apps were free during COVID-19 lockdowns through whatever date had been decided at that point. We were rejected where they cited a rule around explicit or offensive or triggering language, telling us that COVID-19 was potentially triggering. We then submitted another update where we just said free during lockdowns. It didn't say COVID-19 explicitly. We were then rejected again and told that they had scheduled a phone call with us. The woman who called explained that we were allowed to say that it was free, but we weren't allowed to allude to the presence of to allude to COVID in any way. So ultimately, we submitted an update that was approved, and I believe the next day, Apple released their own COVID-19 app, which allowed you to check your symptoms, which was featured front page of the Appstore which anyone would see upon opening the App Store.
And just to be clear, the Apple representative told you that the word lockdown would potentially be triggering?
Correct.
How does Apple's free trial cancellation policy compare for third-party apps compared to the free trial cancellation policy on Apple's own apps?
I'm not sure about all of their apps. I know that specifically for Apple TV Plus and Apple Fitness Plus, if a user turns off their free trial, they lose access immediately. Whereas for third-party applications, they retain access through the end of their trial period, even if they turn off the trial, so that they're not auto-charged.
And do you like that policy?
No.
Why not?
I'm not a big fan of auto-renewing trials to begin with, but I think the decision to revoke access immediately upon turning off auto-renew makes it pretty clear that Apple is hoping to get some payments from users who otherwise would forget to turn off the auto-renew.
Does Apple restrict how you could use push notifications for marketing on your apps?
Yes.
Does Apple impose the same restriction on itself for Apple Fitness?
I know I've received at least 2 push notifications for Apple Fitness that were promotional.
In your experience, has Apple treated all third-party app developers equally? Can you give me an example of why you believe not?
Again, I think the most obvious example is just the mere presence of the editorial team and the featured apps in the App Store.
Do you know what a reader carve-out is?
Sorry?
A reader carve-out?
Are you talking about the reader apps carve-out?
Yeah.
Yeah, I believe there's an exception to the in-app. I'm not sure exactly what the rules are, but there's a specific exemption for reader apps, which are defined as, I think it's basically supposed to cover like ebooks, subscriptions, and perhaps video library subscriptions. But basically, it was apps that were just for consuming content across platforms, where there are modified rules around the need for in-app purchases.
Is Down Dog eligible for the reader credit?
We have never been approved for that. We haven't taught it explicitly. I'm not entirely familiar with the latest rules around what that carve out is.
Okay. So switching topics, you're a software engineer by training?
Yes, I am.
And you worked in that capacity for several years at Google?
Correct.
To have native apps on both iOS and Android, did Down Dog have to write software separately for each?
Yes, although the majority of our code is shared. Yes.
And did you use Apple's API in order to create the software for your iOS app?
Yes, I don't believe it's possible to make an app even open on an iOS device without using Apple's APIs and SDK.
Was there anything special about Apple's API or SDK?
Not particularly.
You characterize them as average, below average, above average?
I would say average. We've implemented substantially the same functionality on web, Android, and iOS, and I don't believe any one of the three was substantially different.
Have you been happy with your experience distributing apps to the App Store and Apple's enforcement of its policy?
Not particularly.
Why don't you just abandon App Store distribution?
There's no other way for us to allow our users to access a native iOS app.
And why does that matter to you?
Native apps provide the best experience for a lot of technical reasons around functionality and performance. It's also, for better or for worse, where users have learned to go. I think if a friend tells you about this thing, Down Dog, they've been using on their phone, they're most likely to go search for Down Dog in the App Store.
Are you able to tell what type of operating system a customer uses to subscribe to your services?
Yeah.
And can you tell what type of device a customer uses to take a class?
To some level of specificity, yes.
Okay. What percentage of Down Dog's revenues come from iOS users?
It's roughly 50%. Where iOS users refers to users practicing on the native iOS app, but not necessarily purchasing with in-app purchases.
In your experience, do users who take a class on the iOS app typically switch to taking a class on the web?
Typically, no.
What percentage, if you know, of users that first take a class on iOS later take a class on the web?
I believe it's between 2 and 5%.
Do users switch between taking a class on an iOS device and taking a class on an Android device?
No.
What percentage of users take a class on an iOS device and then later take a class on an Android device?
I believe that number is 2.5%.
And we talked about this, but currently users can get Down Dog's iOS app only through the App Store, correct?
That is correct.
If you were allowed to distribute your apps outside of the App Store, would you do it?
Depends on the specific distribution method, but we would certainly be open to it.
If the distribution method was similar to what's allowed over the web, would you distribute your iOS differently, your iOS app differently on iOS?
Yes, certainly if users could visit our website and install directly from our website, we would support that.
Okay. If Apple increased its commission on the App Store by 20%, would Down Dog then leave the iOS environment?
Objection, Your Honor. Call for speculation.
Well, wait some time. Ask him if he has an opinion. You have to lay foundation for that.
Okay, sure. Are you in charge of determining where your subscriptions are sold? Yes. Does the pricing of those subscriptions impact where you offer them? Yes. Based on that, if Apple increased its commission on the App Store by 20%, would Down Dog leave the iOS ecosystem?
Interjection, Your Honor.
Oh, Stephen Cross.
I think it's unlikely. I think it's more likely that we would increase the price on iOS.
If Apple increased its annual developer fee to $200 instead of $99, would Down Dog leave the iOS ecosystem? No. And why not?
That fee is very small compared to our revenue.
And why isn't it sufficient for Down Dog to only be offered on Android devices?
Again, there's very little crossover between Android and iOS for any particular user. In our case specifically, we've grown almost entirely by word of mouth. We've done almost no marketing, which means users tell their friends and family about Down Dog. If half of their friends and family can't download Down Dog because they have an iOS device and not Android, then that actually amounts to basically halving our growth rate, which is something that compounds over time. So it substantially reduces the ability for us to grow. At some point, I looked at the top 40 health and fitness apps according to Apple's own top charts, and at the time, only 2 of those top 40 did not also have an Android app, which suggests that it's very hard to be a popular consumer app while only supporting one platform.
As far as you know, has anyone at Down Dog, including yourself, had any communications of any kind with anyone at Epic Games? No. Have you been given any incentive to testify here today? No. By anyone? No. Are you at all concerned about testifying publicly regarding your views as to Apple's policies? Yes. And why are you concerned?
In the past, Apple has openly told developers that they shouldn't go public with their complaints. I believe there was in the app review guidelines, it stated if you run to the press and trash us, it never helps.
That was in the guidelines?
That was in the guidelines.
Do you believe that you have ever experienced retaliation from Apple?
I'm not sure. Our most recent update was submitted roughly 1 week after Epic listed me as a witness, and that update was delayed for 33 days without any explanation from Apple as to the reason for the delay. We asked explicitly, we messaged them twice asking for the reason for the delay. In the past, we've never had an app be in review for more than a few days, so 33 days was definitely exceptional. We never got a response from Apple, though it finally was approved, again, without any explanation last Thursday.
It was approved last Thursday? Correct. When you were deposed in this matter, had it been approved?
It had not.
Did you testify about the fact that you just told this court during your deposition?
Yes, I did.
And then the app was approved last Thursday?
Correct.
Pass the witness trial.
Looks like now is a good time to take our second recess of the day. What I'm going to ask, Mr. Simon, you were prohibited from talking to the lawyers on either side, from talking to the parties on either side, from talking, frankly, to anybody about anything to do with this case. Do you understand?
I do.
All right. With that admonishment to the witness, we'll stand in recess until 10:15.
Just when you turn you turned over for the talk. Do you want to sit here?
Thank you. Hi there.
Yes. Okay. Yeah. So I have to determine that one's done. Yeah. Right. Yeah. This one I've gotten okay. I have to determine to the court. Okay. And it will go up like a. Yeah. I've gotten okay. Okay. And then once you do it, then you can do it.
Doesn't matter. I'm happy with whatever. Thank you. Okay. We have a witness.
And Your Honor, I have one housekeeping matter.
You're back on the record. The record will reflect that the parties are present. Ms. Force.
Yes, Your Honor. On the open matter of the documents relating to the third-party information, the parties have conferred and reached agreement that for EX3774, the entire document is received into evidence, but the version that will go up onto the box, will have one word redacted at page number page 40587.
Hold on. I'll tell you what, just put it on, put it on the record and make sure I get a copy of it so that I know what's been sealed.
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. It's one word on page number page, Epic 04058-769, and we'll hand Your Honor an appropriate copy. The second is on DX 3818. The parties have conferred on some numerical redactions on various pages, and I will hand a copy to Your Honor of that as well.
Okay, and that's agreed upon redaction.
It is, Your Honor.
All right. Based upon that stipulation, the stipulation is accepted.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay. You abided by my orders, sir?
I did.
All right. You may proceed with cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Mr. Simon. My name is Meredith Dearborn. I represent Apple, and I'll be asking you just a few questions here today. Down Dog's competitors are in the yoga or health or wellness space, right?
Yes.
For example, Down Dog's yoga app competes with other yoga apps like Yoga Glow, Yoga Studio, and Pocket Yoga, right?
Correct.
Yoga Booty's apps, Down Dog's apps do not compete with gaming apps, right?
No.
Down Dog's apps don't compete with Fortnite, right?
No.
And by no, you mean that's correct.
Sorry, yes, that's correct.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now, you testified that users can subscribe to Down Dog's subscription service from the website, right?
Yes, that's correct.
And that Down Dog has an iOS suite of apps as well as an Android suite of apps, right?
That's correct.
And once the user pays for a subscription, they can access your products, the workouts and the yoga practices anywhere, right?
That's correct.
So if a user purchased a subscription to your products on a website, they could then access those workouts on any app, on your iOS app, on your Android app, right?
That's correct.
And when users subscribe to Down Dog's subscription service on the Down Dog website, Apple earns no commission on that purchase, correct?
They do not receive a direct commission on the payment, no.
Right. Apple only earns a commission when new users sign up for a subscription in Down Dog's iOS apps, right?
Yes, they only receive a commission on the payment itself.
Right.
In that case.
And that commission is 30% in the first year because it's a subscription service, right?
Correct.
And then that decreases to 15% in the second year and all subsequent years thereafter, right?
Correct.
Okay. And about half of Down Dog's iOS users purchase the subscription on the website, not on the iOS app. I believe you testified to that on direct examination, right?
That's correct.
Thank you. And iOS users can also access all of Down Dog's content on a web browser on their iPhone or iPad, like Safari, right?
The app is not fully functional on a mobile browser, but they can access it in a web browser on a desktop.
The same app content is available on Down Dog's website, though, right?
Correct.
And you testified, I believe, when on direct examination that you have a fully functional web app on iOS, right?
No, not on iOS. We have a fully functional web app for Mac, PC, Chromebooks, desktop computers.
Thank you. So you are aware, are you not, that there is a class action proceeding on behalf of a class of developers related to this case, right?
I don't know the specifics, but yes.
Have you spoken with counsel in that class action?
No.
Are you aware of whether your counsel has spoken for counsel for the developer class?
I believe that would be privileged, but no, I'm not aware.
Okay, you're not aware.
I'm not aware.
And to your knowledge, did anyone from Epic suggest to you or to your counsel that you talk to the counsel for the developer class?
No.
Now, Down Dog earns more money from its iOS users than it does from its Android users, right?
Yes.
Okay. I believe you testified on direct that about half of Down Dog's total revenue comes from iOS users. Do I have that right?
Yes, that's correct.
And so the other half of your revenue comes from non-iOS users, right?
It's actually about 50% iOS, 35% Android, and then the rest is web or a mixture of platforms.
Okay. And just focusing on your revenue, the half of your revenues that do not come from iOS users, roughly 90% of that half come from users who subscribe on a website, right?
Correct.
Just 10% of that half comes from users who subscribe through Android in-app purchases, right?
Correct.
So 10% of 50%, that's 5% of your total revenues come from Android in-app purchases?
That is exactly correct, yes.
While a quarter to a third of Down Dog's total revenue comes from in-app purchases on iOS devices, right?
Yes, it does.
Okay. And in 2018, Down Dog earned between about $500,000 and $1 million from users who use only the iOS app, right?
That sounds right.
Okay. And that number increased in 2019, right?
Yes.
It grew to somewhere between 2 and 3 million.
That sounds correct.
And in 2020, Down Dog earned $10 million from users who practice only on the iOS app, right?
That's roughly correct, yes.
Okay. Now, you talked in your direct testimony a little bit about refunds. Do you recall that testimony?
Yes, I do.
So you also discussed how Down Dog charges a higher price in its iOS app than it does on its website, right?
That's correct.
So, for example, you offer a monthly subscription to the iOS app for $9.99 and a monthly subscription on the website for $7.99.
Correct.
Right? Thank you. And Apple has no restrictions on promotions that you offer to your users outside of the App Store, correct?
Except for the fact that we cannot publicize those from within the app. Correct.
But Apple doesn't tell you what sale price you can charge on your website, for example.
Correct.
And you, the developer, decide how to set your prices, right?
Yes, we do.
Apple doesn't tell you what price to set on your website, whether sale or not.
Correct.
So we also talked about how Apple's commission decreases from 30% to 15% in years 2 and subsequent, right?
Correct.
Do you make any changes to the prices that you charge to consumers in those subsequent years based on Apple's price decreases?
No, once a user subscribes, we never change the price on them.
Okay. And you are aware, are you not, that customers sometimes find the price difference between the price you offer on your website and the price you offer in the iOS app somewhat confusing?
Yes.
And sometimes your customers ask for refunds because of those different prices on your app and on the website?
Yes.
Yeah, and in fact, you have a frequently asked questions document on your website where you talk about this, right?
Correct.
Can I get the binder of documents, Ms. Dunn? May I approach you on it?
Yes.
Would you like the binder?
Sure.
So if you could turn, Mr. Simon, to PX 2624 in your binder. This is an accurate copy of the frequently asked questions from your website, right?
Yes, it is.
And I direct your attention to page 5 of 7. Frequently asked questions states, why are the in-app prices different from web prices? Are the memberships different? Did I read that correctly?
Correct.
Now, DownDog, you can take that down, Mr. Spalding. Thank you. Now, DownDog used Apple's software development kit to make its iOS app. You talked about this on direct examination.
Yes, it's not possible to make an app that will open on iOS without using the SDK.
Okay, and you have no reason to doubt that that software development kit contains Apple's intellectual property, right?
Correct.
It contained Apple's APIs, for example.
Correct.
And you and your company use other tools from Apple as well to build iOS apps, right?
In our case, it's quite minimal, especially with some changes we made in the past year and a half, but yes.
Okay, well, for example, you have used Xcode, right?
We have, however, only 0.5% of our code remains in Swift, and so we do almost no development in Xcode anymore.
Okay, but for the development that you do in Xcode, Xcode is a piece of software that developers use to actually write the code, right?
Correct.
And you don't believe that you can create an application that will work on an Apple device without using Xcode?
Correct, although I think that's primarily because of restrictions by Apple, not technical restrictions.
Okay, and you use the Xcode tool to build the application when you're developing and also uploading that application to the App Store, right?
Correct.
And another tool that you use is TestFlight.
Yes.
TestFlight is the easiest way for you to install the latest version of all your company's on all your company's internal devices.
That's somewhat misleading. If it wasn't for Apple's prohibition on downloading, installing from outside the App Store, there would be no need for TestFlight. It would certainly be easier for us to distribute through our own website to our developers.
You're going to have to slow down.
Sorry.
Yep, and I would also ask you to please focus on my question. So TestFlight lets Yoga Buddy's employees who have an iPhone automatically install that version and test it before you submit it to Apple, right?
That's correct.
And you would not consider using these tools without a license from Apple, right?
Sure.
Okay. I want to talk about a number of issues that you raised on your direct examination. So you testified that that your app, one of your apps, was rejected in June or July of 2020 for offering a free trial without auto renewals afterward, right?
Correct.
And to be clear, after discussion with Apple, that issue was resolved, right?
Correct.
And you also talked about your app's integration with Apple Health, right?
Correct.
And again, after discussion with Apple, that issue was resolved, right?
No, it was brought up again, and then we had to go through the same process before it was resolved again.
So it was, but currently that issue was resolved after discussion with Apple. Fair?
Yes.
Okay. You also talked about, you referenced a reference that your application made to the COVID-19 pandemic. Do you remember that testimony?
I do.
Okay. You indicated that your app was rejected for alluding to COVID-19 when Apple later put out its own COVID-19 related app. Do I have that more or less right?
That is correct.
Okay. Are you aware that on March 14th, 2020, Apple announced a policy that only developers from recognized entities, such as government organizations, health-focused NGOs, companies deeply credentialed in health issues, and medical or educational institutions could address COVID-19 in an app?
I was not.
Were you aware that Apple's COVID-19 app was launched in partnership with the White House Coronavirus Task Force and the United States Department of Health and Human Services and the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention?
I was not.
Okay. So in 2021, you added a link in your iOS app directing users to purchase a subscription on the DownDot website, right?
For 3 days, yes.
Okay. And you've actually added that link several times before? And you knew that adding that link violated Apple's App Store guidelines?
We did.
And at some point in January or February of this year, Apple caught that you were doing this?
Yes. 2 weeks after we had already removed the link, we received a notification from Apple.
Okay. And then in response to that communication from Apple, you told Apple that you had intended the link to your website only to appear on the Android version of your app, right?
That is what we said.
And when you said that to Apple, you were not telling the truth?
That's correct.
Okay. And you recall
that Apple told you that developers who try to evade the app review guidelines might experience delays in submission of further updates?
I don't remember seeing that message.
Okay, thank you. And today, sir, to be clear, your apps are still on the App Store, right?
They are correct. The message that we received in January told us that they'd been removed, but they had not, in fact, been removed.
Okay. So today is not the first time you've said critical things about Apple's policies, right?
That's correct.
And in fact, today, your app includes a message about Apple's 30% commission, right?
Actually, I believe we removed that in our update that was approved on Thursday.
Okay. But at least for a time, for a few months this year, Down Dog's app on iOS included an alert to your customers regarding Apple's 30% commission, correct? Mr., if you would turn in your binder, please, to DX5505. And is this a screenshot of the notice that appeared in your app?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And again, your apps, all 5 of them, remain on the App Store today, correct, sir?
That's correct.
Thank you, Pastor Listener.
Is Richard Civil?
Oh. I'm reminded to move in my evidence, Your Honor. We would move in Exhibit DX5505. This is the screenshot that we were just looking at.
No objections? Is there any objections? It's admitted.
As well as PX 2624.1.
Any objections? Submitted. Okay. And that's Exhibit 2624, period. There is no .1.
I apologize, Your Honor. The .1 is a reference to the first page, but we would admit the entire exhibit.
You had asked that I admit the entire.
Thank you, Your Honor. That's what I intended to say.
Okay. Redirect limited to the scope of cross.
Sure. Just a few questions, Your Honor. Mr. Simon, what functions are not available through the Safari web browser on iOS that are available on the native app on iOS for your products?
There are a number. One that comes to mind is the ability to do push notifications isn't available for a web app on iOS. Additionally, there are UI interactions that may or may not be possible, but we have not optimized our mobile web version to actually fit a mobile screen.
And when you say UI, what do you mean?
User interface, so the actual what is presented and interacted with on the screen.
And can you explain what some of those functionality differences might be from the user's perspective?
Yes, generally HTML doesn't have as much support for touch, like finger-based, touch-based interactions because it was designed for point-and-click mouse interactions. So, for example, on the first page of our app, there's a user interface that's a circle sort of meant to emulate a clock where the user drags their finger to pick the time of their practice, which is we've not implemented on the web. Similar like drag and drop functionality of a drawer for their settings in the first page.
Do you believe that the iOS experience through the Safari web browser is as positive for a user as it is on the native iOS app?
No.
Does Apple give you the ability to charge a lower subscription price to folks who have been subscribed for more than a year than to new subscribers?
Not sure.
If they did give you that option, would you look into it?
I'm not sure. Generally, we just keep the price as the original payment price.
Mr. Bourne asked you some questions about a license that you have with Apple. Do you know the terms of that license?
I read through them, but I'm not particularly familiar with them.
Did you have any ability to negotiate those terms?
No, we did not.
You typically enter into a license agreement that you have no ability to negotiate?
I can't think of a license agreement that we did negotiate, but generally we don't do any license agreements.
That you did not?
Sorry, I can't think of a case where we negotiated any license agreement, but there just aren't that many license agreements we've made.
Do you find that objectionable that Apple has millions of developers that it deals with and it has one set of terms? And do you negotiate the various terms of your agreement with your customers?
No.
So do you find that objectionable?
Not necessarily.
Yes or no?
No.
Sure.
Let's give one ask some questions about how the conversations with Apple have been resolved and your apps are still available. Do those issues cause disruptions to your business?
Yes.
What types of disruptions?
Mostly delays, feature improvements, and bug fixes. Most recently, this update that got delayed added back accessibility features required for blind users. We have one particularly emphatic blind user who actually went public with her complaint that we had not resolved the issues yet.
And there was testimony that you have, in fact, put a link in your iOS app telling users about the web-based pricing despite the policies. Why did you do that?
As I think I mentioned earlier, when we've done sales, some users, no matter how clear we try to make it in the email that the sale is only offered through our website, will go to the app looking for that and then mistakenly purchase at the full price. That wouldn't be such an issue except that we can't issue refunds in those cases. So we felt like the benefits outweighed the costs in the case of immediately after we announced the sale, including the link to reduce that customer confusion. Looking back on it, I think we probably should have instead just removed the ability to pay with Apple for those 3 days. That wouldn't have violated their policies. It probably still would have led to customer confusion, but no mistaken payments.
Okay. No further questions?
We cross and continue to redirect.
No further questions, Your Honor. No further questions, Your Honor.
Okay. So I didn't have my pen out fast enough to write the numbers down. I was hoping you could go through them with me very quickly. 100% of your revenues, you said 50% of those come from iOS users.
Correct.
And of that 50%, what is the purchase on the devices versus the web?
Roughly 50-50.
Okay. And then with Android, you said 30% of your revenues come from Android users?
Yeah.
And what is the Android purchase versus web purchase?
It's about 90% purchase on our website.
90 website, okay. And then when you said mixture, what else did?
Sorry, some users will actually do practices on multiple platforms. So that 50% number, I believe, was actually users who only practice on iOS. And then it's about 30% only practice on Android, 5% only practice on web, and then the rest practice on multiple platforms.
Okay. But once they have your app, regardless of where they get it from, on the Apple device, they can use it.
Yes, they are perfectly able to use it on any platform.
So in terms of the use on Safari versus the use of the app, if they already have the subscription, why would they go to Safari as opposed to just the app?
I'm not aware of users any substantial number of users trying to use our app on mobile Safari.
Okay, so that doesn't sound like that would ever happen.
Yeah, we actually pop up an alert if they visit our website on a mobile browser, telling them that for the best experience, they should download the data app.
Okay. And obviously, then they can't purchase the subscription through Safari.
They can purchase a subscription through Safari.
Oh, they can?
Yes, we're just not allowed to link to that option from within the app.
Okay. And it's not as easy as the app, but it's doable.
Yeah, I think it's pretty easy.
You think it's easy? Okay. Do you know of any distinctions between the experience between purchasing on Safari versus the app?
They have to either log into their PayPal account or enter their credit card information. But I think most browsers now have saved your credit card information, so that's become pretty easy. And when doing an in-app purchase, Apple often prompts you to re-enter your password for your Apple ID anyway, so it's not clear that it's actually a smoother process.
Okay. How long did you have the message up with respect to the link, or not the link, but the notification of the 30% commission?
That screenshot that we just saw. That was live in the app from when I believe we updated the app in December of last year. And then the next update removed it, which didn't get approved until last Thursday. So, was that for, 4 months?
Okay. And over the course of those 4 months, did you see your traffic patterns change?
Not that I recall.
So even though they had that link, you still, for iOS users, were 50-50?
Sorry, so the alert that we saw in Exhibit 4 didn't actually have a link to purchase on the website. It just said that Apple takes 30%, but they still couldn't find the website purchase option. The link that we included was only there for 3 days, and I don't think any exhibit has been shown with that link.
And for those 3 days, did you see a change in your customers purchasing?
It's hard to say because that was the 3 days after we announced the sale, which was our cheapest price ever. So we had a huge influx of purchases, but it's unclear how much the link was responsible for that. My guess is it was not substantially responsible for that.
Okay. But with respect to the longer period of time, that 4 months with the 30% commission, so that people actually knew what was happening, you didn't see any real change in...
No, not that we noticed.
Okay. Good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any questions with respect to mine? Mr. Earhart?
None here, Your Honor.
Good one. Okay, so you excuse you may step down. Thank you. You can now talk to everybody when you want. It's just not during your testimony. That's it.
Thank you, Your Honor. Epic calls Ashish Patel.
Okay.
The court in this case now on trial, to be the truth of all truth.
I do.
And then you'll pull them right up, and then please state your full name and full name.
Sure. My name is Ashish B. Patel. Last name Patel, P-A-T-E-L.
How do you spell your first name, sir?
It's A-A-S-H-I-S-H.
Okay. Is the court reporter able to hear him clearly? We're going to try that again. I need you to speak up just a little bit.
Okay. My name is spelled A-A-S-H-I-S-H.
Okay. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
You may proceed.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Patel.
Good afternoon.
Where are you currently employed?
I'm employed at NVIDIA Corporation.
At a very high level, what does NVIDIA do?
NVIDIA develops platforms for graphics for gaming, as well as artificial intelligence, automotive, and a few other areas.
And what is your current position at NVIDIA?
I am the Director of Product Management for the GeForce Now product.
And what are your responsibilities in that role?
I define product specifications on GeForce Now and help drive them through the company. I do business development, looking for partners for GeForce Now. I work on analytics, primarily business analytics, and I help on procurement of data center and other infrastructure for GeForce Now.
Well, you mentioned GeForce.
Is that better?
Yes.
Okay, sorry about that.
You mentioned GeForce Now a few times. What is GeForce Now?
GeForce Now is our cloud gaming product.
Okay, and at a basic level, what does GeForce Now do?
GeForce Now has servers in the data center. These are similar to what you would have as PCs at home, but in the server class. And this is where the games are run. And then you stream a video stream to the user so that he can see and enjoy the game.
And the user is using some other device in order to access the PCs that are running in the data center. Is that right?
Yes. We call them clients. So they have different clients, a PC, a Mac.
Streaming services were developed. What were users' options for playing video games?
Before streaming solutions, you would buy the game and run it on your PC at home for PC games. So you'd have to buy a PC, buy the software, install it, and play.
And do users still do that?
Yes, they do.
Well, which has more users today, game streaming or PC-based native gameplay?
At NVIDIA, it's PC-based native gameplay.
And just to make sure everyone understands, can you explain to me from a technological standpoint, meaning really the location of the hardware and software, how cloud gaming, cloud streaming differs from playing a game locally on a device?
Sure. I'll start with locally. So locally, you'd have a PC like this laptop in front of me, and you would buy the game and install the game on here, and you'd use a keyboard and mouse, and every button you press would go to the CPU and GPU, the processing power within this laptop. And so that's what happens for local gameplay. In cloud gaming, the hardware lives in the data center. So every time the user presses a button, you send the button to the data center, feed it to the game running on the server there. The game generates what we call a video frame. We take that video frame and through engineering, compress it, send it to the user, and show it to the user.
So what is being sent from the cloud to the user's device is a video feed. Is that correct?
Yes, yes. In some way, it is a video feed.
Okay. So with cloud gaming, does any game software, not talking about the streaming client software, but any game software make its way onto the user's device?
No.
Again, where is that software?
It runs in the servers in the data center.
Let's talk about the games that users can play on GeForce Now. Can users stream any game in existence through GeForce Now?
NVIDIA works with game publishers and we seek permission from those publishers to bring those games onto our platform. So today we have about 800 games, which is a small subset of all the games in existence.
So small subset of?
That's the last number I read, and I don't know if it's true, was Steam, which is a company that has a lot of games, had approximately 30,000 games on their service.
Okay.
And GeForce Now offers, you said 800 games in its catalog?
I think it's 850. We add new games every week, so it's hard to be very specific. So it's between 850 and 900, I would say, today.
And does even Steam offer every video game that there is?
No, Steam is also a platform for publishers. Other game stores have other games.
It's fair to say that the vast majority of video games are not available through GeForce Now for streaming, correct?
I would say that, yes.
So when a user subscribes to GeForce Now, at that point, can they automatically play all of the games available in the GeForce Now catalog?
We make those games available to users, but the users have to own them. They must have had to purchase their games through either Steam or Epic Games Store or Ubisoft. And the games that they have purchased are available for them to play. If they've not purchased them, then they'll be prompted with a screen saying you don't own this game, essentially.
Okay. And can a user then purchase the rights to play the game through GeForce Now itself?
Not today. No, you cannot.
So if a user wanted to play more games in the GeForce Now catalog through streaming, what would the user need to do?
Well, the user would first have to determine what games are on the service, and we have a web page for that, and then go to their game store and see if it's available there and purchase it on that game store, and then come back and play on the GeForce Now service.
So does GeForce Now enable users to play video games and bypass transacting with some App Store or game store?
Now the user has to log into the App Store or the game store, and only if that App Store and game store verifies that the user owns the game can the user play that game.
Okay, just to clarify one point, other than the GeForce Now client itself, does GeForce Now enable a user to download any kind of software, gaming or otherwise, any kind of software onto his or her device?
No.
And again, just to clarify, the computers in the data center are PCs. Is that right?
They're like PCs. They have the same elements of the PC.
Are they compatible with Xbox games?
No, they're not.
Are they compatible with PlayStation games?
No, they're not.
Are they compatible with Nintendo games?
No, they're not.
So for what platform games can users play through GeForce Now?
Windows PC games is the current model.
So just to be clear, can a user stream a game coded for the Xbox through GeForce Now?
No, it's not.
And would the answer be the same for PlayStation?
Yes.
How about this? Can a user stream a game coded for iOS through GeForce Now?
No, they cannot.
When did GeForce Now become a paid service?
I believe it's February 4th, 2020.
Okay. At a high level, what benefits do users receive from a cloud gaming or streaming service?
At a high level, you get access to a pretty powerful gaming PC in the cloud, and you can stream to any client, so to your Mac PC, as I mentioned before.
How can users access the GeForce Now product?
Well, first they'd have to come to our website and download the client, sign up for the service, and then through the client access their games.
Do you offer native applications of GeForce Now?
Yes, we do.
And do you also offer a web-based experience of GeForce Now?
We do.
Which provides the better experience, the native application or the web-based application?
The native application affords us a lot more control on video and quality. The browser application has more restrictions.
Is GeForce Now's native application available on iOS?
No.
Very briefly, why not?
We have written and invested in a native application. We submitted it to Apple for review. Apple approved it, and then a few weeks, a few days, I don't know exactly what, they rescinded their approval. And we had discussions with Apple about getting it approved, but we couldn't find a solution together, and so we decided to invest in the browser-based.
On which platform is GeForce Now available to users as a native app?
On your Windows PC, on a Apple Mac desktop or laptop, on Android TV set-top boxes.
But Android TV?
Yes, there's TVs, and it's the set-top box that connects to the TV. Android set-top box. So set-top box. So that's the industry term, set-top box. It's a box that plays on top of your TV. And Android phones as well.
Are there any platforms besides iOS where GeForce Now is offered but not available as a native app?
It's on iPhones and iPads for iOS, as well as for Chromebooks. There's a browser application for Chromebooks.
Wait, so it's not available on those?
As a native application?
Only the browser is available.
Okay. So it's not, you don't have a native app for iPhones, iPads, or
Chromebooks. That's good.
And you mentioned this, but just to be clear, is GeForce now available on iOS to users through some other mechanism than a native app?
Yes, through browser client.
Does NVIDIA try to bring GeForce Now to iOS through a native app?
Yes, we did.
And would that have been GeForce's Now's preference?
Yes, it was.
Is that still your preference?
Yes.
Do you agree or disagree that having GeForce Now on iOS as a web app is the same thing as a practical matter as having GeForce Now on iOS as a native app?
No, there are differences.
Okay. Which is a better experience for the user?
The native app would be a better experience for the user.
Okay. Let's talk about some of the differences. If an iOS user searches for game streaming in the App Store today, will she find GeForce Now?
I haven't done the search in a while, but I don't believe so.
What if she actually searched for GeForce Now?
It would not be the GeForce Now application.
And that's true even though GeForce Now is available through Safari on iOS, correct?
That is correct.
How would that be different if GeForce Now was offered as an app in the App Store, a native app?
Like other applications, it would show up in the search, and the user would have the option of purchasing and installing it.
Now, once a user has found out about the availability of GeForce Now through Safari, what is the process for setting it up to use on an iOS device?
So once they've discovered, they have to go to a website, play.geforcenow.com, on their iOS device. They will be prompted with a screen. The first thing we do is we inform the user of how to install a bookmark, an app icon onto their home screen. So it's a series of 3 or 4 instructions that the user has to follow so that an application icon is installed on their phone. And then once that's done, then they'd have the same, they'd have the option of logging in or using the app.
And then what happens if you try to use the service for the first time through Safari?
For the first time, you have to be logged in. So some games will be shown, I believe, and if they try and click on the game that if you're not logged in, please log in. So, yes, within the application, they'll be potentially shown a list of games, and if they click on a game, and if they are not logged in, they will be asked to log in. If they don't have an account, they'll be asked to create an account. Once they've created an account and have logged in, they'll be checked if they're entitled to the service, if they've signed up for the service, and if they've signed up for the service, then the game would start streaming.
And the process of creating a shortcut on the home screen of the device, can you describe what that process is like for a user?
From what I recall, the user we show a screen with 4 steps. The first step is to click on, within Safari browser, an icon that will bring up a list of options. One of them is to add to home screen. It's not exactly what I'm stating it is, but that's the intent. And then you type in what you want the name for this shortcut to be, and then you press enter, and that's what we inform the user to do.
Okay. How does the process you just described for setting up GeForce Now as a web app compare to the process of downloading GeForce Now as a native app if it were offered on iOS?
The browser app is 4 or 5 steps, which is typically not something an average user would do, so it's a bit more complicated. On a App Store experience, you would find the app, click on install, and it would install and put the icon there, so it's one click and done.
Do you understand the term user interface?
Yeah.
What does that term mean?
It's the interface that the software provides and how the user interacts with it.
Are there differences between web apps and native apps in terms of what NVIDIA can do with the user interface for GeForce Now?
Yes, there are.
And what are the differences?
The web app is within the browser, and there are times when you rotate your phone that the browser bar may show up. We've hidden it through tricks or information we found. In a native app, you would have full control over that experience.
How does the ability to control the user interface in terms of touch screen controls compare in a native app versus a web-based application?
In a native app, using a mouse and other touch interfaces, you have full control on the screen. On a browser app, there are limits to the edges. You might not be able to click on the edges of the screen and register the touch. Mouse is also different. The browser app doesn't provide a way to use a mouse on an iPad. With a native app, you can actually use a mouse with an iPad, and that affords the user to play more games.
Have you heard the term latency?
Yes, I have.
What does that mean?
At high level, it's from when you trigger an action to when you see the effect of that action.
And do you know what a decoder is?
In the game streaming world, that's taking a video image that's encoded and decoding it and displaying it.
Does the decoder and the quality of the decoder have an impact on latency?
Yes, it has.
And how, why is that?
It depends on the technology behind the decoder, the decoder that's being written, and how the decoder's algorithm works when there's inconsistent or adverse network effects.
And to summarize it, if the decoder is good, does that reduce latency?
It can, yes.
Okay. For a native application, what can NVIDIA do to reduce latency with the decoder?
In a native application, we have very low-level control, so we can spend engineering resources in creating our own algorithm and looking for packet losses or other network effects and optimizing the video stream.
Can NVIDIA do that for a web application?
No, the web application, there's some control, but nowhere near the level of control that a native application has.
And what is the result on latency?
So the latency can be a bit higher.
What impact does high latency have on a user playing a game?
Depending on the user and the game, the user may feel uncomfortable with the latency. It's doing an action and seeing the action performed. Maybe it could result in, if they're in a racing game, turning too late, for example.
Or if they're in a competition game, could someone with high latency be at a competitive disadvantage to someone with low latency? Sure. In a survival game, would someone with high latency potentially be at a competitive disadvantage compared to someone with low latency? Objection, Foundation?
Well, depending on the game, yes, there can be competitive disadvantages for a user with high latency.
Do you know what kind of game Fortnite Battle Royale mode is?
Yes.
What kind of game is it?
In the industry, call it a FPS or a first-person shooter game.
Is it a defense and survival game?
Yes, it is.
If a user is playing Fortnite Battle Royale through a web app, could that user be at a competitive disadvantage to someone playing on a native application due to latency?
Sure, they could, depending on the latency.
In your experience, how do gamers react if a game is published where certain users are inherently at a competitive disadvantage?
In my experience, I've seen complaints from users like that.
Do you understand the term frame rate?
Yes, I do.
Do you understand the term inconsistent frame rate?
Yes, I do.
Can you explain what that means?
Frame rate is the rate at which you're sending these images. So how, if someone's moving on the screen, that movement may be 60 frames every second. And so in every second, we've actually generated 60 frames that the user sees them. If it's a constant 60 frames per second, it's a very fluid motion. If that frame rate is inconsistent, the user can experience what we call jitter or stutter, where the movement is interrupted.
And can inconsistent frame rates sometimes be an issue for game streaming?
Depending on the user's network quality, yes, it can be. And on the user's network quality.
How do web apps and native apps compare in terms of being able to solve for the potential problem of inconsistent frame rates?
With the native app, like the previous question, you'd have more control to write better algorithms for it.
And does that result in a better user experience on native apps?
It can, yes.
What is a peripheral, as that term is used in gaming?
A peripheral is a device that's attached to your gaming system. So on a local PC, for example, this laptop, your mouse could be a peripheral. A controller to control the games would be a peripheral.
Are there differences between web apps and native apps in terms of support for peripherals?
There can be. For example, on a native app, there's a feature for controllers called haptic feedback. If the controller vibrates, haptic feedback if the controller vibrates or not. And we can make that feature available for native apps, but not for browser apps.
Is another example the ability for an iPad to support a mouse?
Yes.
And is that available on a native app for GeForce Now?
There is no native app, but we know that we could make it available for a native app. Sorry, I said there is no native app for iPad, but if there was one, we would make it available for it.
And can you make it available through a web app?
No, not today.
So based on these differences we've just discussed, do you believe playing GeForce Now on a web app on iOS is the same experience as playing GeForce Now on a native app on iOS?
For some users, it may differ, yes. For some users, it may be different.
And does NVIDIA have a preference between web apps and native apps for iOS?
Native apps definitely provide us with more control of the GeForce Now experience.
And NVIDIA, in fact, developed a native app for iOS, correct?
Yes, we did.
What resources went into the development of that application?
A combination of our engineering teams as well as the user interface design teams.
Did that take time and money?
Yes.
And did NVIDIA successfully write an app for GeForce Now that would run on iOS?
Yes, we did.
Did you submit the app to Apple for approval?
Yes, we did.
And can you tell me what happened?
We submitted the app through Apple's approval process. Apple approved the app, and then a few days to a few weeks later, they rescinded the approval.
On what basis?
They provided a pointer to the application guidelines, and they said the app was not conforming to those application guidelines.
And which guidelines?
I don't remember the exact number, but it was the guidelines related to remote desktop services or things of that nature.
Right. Show me a document. May I approach on?
Yeah.
We have another binder for you if you would like it, Your Honor.
Why don't you hand it over there? I'm hoping that I have all of them already.
Okay. If you could turn to the tab labeled PX2790.
27 or 7?
Yeah, 2790.
I have PX 721, 724, 725, 728, and 729.
You may have the wrong binder.
radio feed. Yes, I see.
The 790 is already admitted, so
Yes.
someone should have it there to Appstore review guidelines.
Correct. If you can turn to, you have it now, Mr. Patel?
Yes, I do.
If you can turn to section 4.9 on page 18 of that document.
Yes.
Do you see that says streaming games?
Yes, I do.
And the first sentence says, excuse me, streaming games are permitted so long as they adhere to all guidelines.
Yes.
And then if you look at the next paragraph, 4.9.1, it reads, each streaming game must be submitted to the App Store as an individual app so that it has an App Store product page.
Yes, I see that.
What would NVIDIA have had to do to its app to comply with that policy?
We would have to take our 850 games that we have a license for, and create individual App Store applications and submit them for approval.
Is it possible for NVIDIA to do that?
NVIDIA doesn't own the rights to those games, so no.
And again, just to be clear, other than the GeForce Now client itself, can GeForce Now be used to distribute any sort of software to a user's device?
No.
Does that include malware?
Yes, but malware is not distributed through the software.
Okay. From your perspective, is there any security benefit that would be gained from updating your app to comply with the guideline we just reviewed? Ejection Foundation.
What's your title again, sir?
I'm product management, director of product management.
Okay, and do you have any background or foundation in security protocols or building security issues with respect to apps?
Not at a technical level.
Systems.
Did Apple ever tell you that there was a security basis on which it was rejecting the GeForce Now app?
No, they did not.
John, does NVIDIA consider other cloud game streaming services to be potential competitors of GeForce Now?
There are the providers of cloud game services in the market, yes.
And what services are they?
There are other providers of cloud gaming services in the market.
And what services are those?
Google has a service called Google Stadia. Microsoft has a service called xCloud. And Amazon has a service called Luna.
Are any of those services available through a native application on iOS?
No. The last time I checked was a month ago. I didn't see one then.
So far we've been discussing streaming games, whether through a native app or a web browser. I want to switch topics. And I want to talk about the differences between streaming a game versus playing it locally.
Okay.
Do you understand the difference?
Yes.
Okay. So you testified about latency. Holding all else equal, how does the latency compare between streaming a game versus playing it locally?
Streaming a game requires signals to be sent to the server and back, so that can have higher latency than a native game.
And that's just because, due to physics, it takes time from the signal to go to the data center and back to the device?
That's correct.
Does a user need to be connected to the internet to stream a game on GeForce Now?
Yes.
Does a user need to be connected to the internet to play a game offline locally on the device if the game permits offline play?
Not in my experience.
Does GeForce Now have requirements as to how strong a user's internet connection must be to use the GeForce Now service?
Yes, we do.
What are those requirements?
I believe there are different requirements for different resolution.
So for a 720p, so HD resolution, it's 25 megabits per, 15 megabits per second of bandwidth required.
And do you recommend that users have 50 megabits per second?
On the website, we may in the app as a recommended setting.
Let me show you another document. If you could turn to Exhibit 721.
Yes.
Do you recognize this document?
It looks like something you'd find on the NVIDIA website.
And does NVIDIA keep this website up to date in the ordinary course of its business?
Yes.
You submit 721 PX7211.
Any objection?
No objection.
721. 721 is admitted.
If you look sort of the middle of the front page, it says low bandwidth.
Yes, I see it.
And if you look at the last part of that first sentence, it says we require 15 Mbps and recommend 50 Mbps, correct?
Yes, I see that.
You put that aside. How does the quality of a user's internet connection impact the experience of streaming a game through GeForce Now?
Depending on the user's bandwidth, you could get a higher quality image. So I refer to it 720p versus 1080p, and those are distinctions in quality or resolution. Packet loss, that's another network metric, number of packets that get lost. And that can, if there's a lot of packet loss, then you would either experience lower image quality or some skipped frames.
And when you say packet loss, those are packets being actually weakened off? Will they be unable to stream through GeForce Now?
Yeah, we have certain limits, and if the packet loss is really high, and we cannot, we will inform the user.
And in fact, GeForce Now through
You let the user know over a Wi-Fi.
some cellular for mobile users, correct? And some bandwidth available to
Asking that as
would GeForce Now through cellular.
they may see a lower image quality or no.
What type of connection GeForce Now?
Connector, which means a 5 gigahertz.
If you're
No, you cannot.
can you log on Subway? On GeForce Now, and I the specific numbers, specifics.
Okay.
Limits.
Yeah, there is GeForce Now
And what happens enforce now then the
want that they have to
and what
that we'll keep that number up to date. It's their turn to vote.
no
The
enforce now than either capacity can support.
the number of users queuing to say that they'll say the services
Is it that NVIDIA has
you have to invest in building out you do that
and the limits on at once, correct? So what would you have to do?
data center space, more additional servers, install them, pay for elements of expanding capacity.
Develop a way to the capacity constraints?
The service has two tiers at no cost. The paid service capacity before free users.
Are accessing the service queue before playing? Has NVIDIA placed limits on what are those session limits?
For free users,
it's GeForce now using
apparently the majority of I would say
space.
one
What happens to a user?
warning, giving the user the opportunity to a free user has in order